10 o'clock. Good morning. Can we start taking our seats? And also, how is the Zoom? Lewis, can you just tell me when we're connected to the Zoom? Are we connected? Okay. And can you send me the link as well? So it's... Okay, thanks.
Lewis as well for me.
And with that, I think without further ado, just to make sure everybody's in the right room, this is for the open consultations of the IGF 2024 meeting. I suppose more people will trickle in, and I know there's some people I've seen quite a lot of in the past month or so in various parts of the world. So thank you for making the effort to come here. And with that, I'll give the floor over to our chair, Carol Roach, to start the meeting, approve the agenda, and take it from here. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I do have to say a couple of things. That the meeting is being recorded. We will publish the Zoom recording to YouTube. There's going to be a summary report next week of the meeting outcomes. And if you want to take the floor, since this is the open consultation day, non-MAG members will get preference, but also MAG members can also speak. That's fine. Just please hold up your badge if you're a MAG member. If not, then that's fine. We would actually prefer that everybody is in the Zoom. You can just raise your hand. That'll make it very easy for us. We know the order, and we can just read that off if you're able to be in the Zoom. If you're not able in the Zoom, just get our attention. Right. Thank you. Carol?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning and good afternoon for those that may be, or night. Welcome to second consultation. I hope everybody had a good night's sleep. And everybody should have the agenda, or it would have been sent to you. Anybody have any objections or additions they want to make to the agenda? No? Good. Okay, so the agenda is approved. Thank you to everybody for completing their proposals. I know it would have been a chore for you, but thank you very much. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to host country.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning for everybody here in Geneva, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening for everybody online. It's a great pleasure to be here today. First of all, I would like to thank you all who participate in the first open consultation and MAG meeting in Riyadh and online. It was an amazing meeting, and we are looking today to continue the discussion in order to get an amazing IGF conference this year. From host country perspective, preparation is ongoing on the ground at the moment. almost we get an advanced way on how we make sure all the logistics support is in place. My colleague, Dr. Amal Lauda, our Senior International Relation Advisor, will give us a small presentation on that, on how we stand on the preparation on IGF, but probably after we listen to our colleague from UNDSA. So thank you all. We're looking for a fruitful discussion today, and we are committed to make this amazing event this year at this time of digital governance, which we need to work together, all of us, to make sure that we deliver the best result of IGF. So thank you all. Back to you, Chair.
Good morning, everyone. This is Deniz Susar from UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. As you know, USG of UNDSA usually sends a video message, but he couldn't this time. But however, he has conveyed his thoughts and insights through a written message, which is available online for all of you to read, which will also be posted in the chat right now. In his message, first of all, the USG extends his gratitude to the host country, to the MAC, and all participants for the preparation. He highlights the progress made in developing the team for the IGF 2024, building our multi-stakeholder digital future. Also underscores the critical need for inclusive and rights-respecting digital governance, particularly as we navigate the rapid pace of technological innovation. He discusses the ongoing negotiations for the Pact for the Future and the GDC, which are, important in the coming months. Furthermore, he recognizes the upcoming opportunities for deliberation at the IGF 2024 and the 20-year review of the VISIS in 2025. As some of you may know, UNDSA was the secretariat for the VISIS Plus 10 overall review, and USG assures continued support from UNDSA to all stakeholders in the upcoming review. Basically, in conclusion, he expresses his confidence in the success and impact of IGF 2024 and extends his best wishes for a productive meeting this week. Thank you for your attention.
Host country? Yeah. Now a briefing from the host country.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity you're giving us to share with you the preparation of the host country for hosting IGF 2024. We want to assure you that we have come far away in our preparation, and we'll share some of the details with you today. So we'll make sure that our presentation is short and crisp, saving your time and energy for a full day ahead. We'll give you a brief about the city of Riyadh, the IGF Riyadh 2024 logo and the philosophy behind it, the venue for hosting IGF, and the progress we have made so far. So Riyadh, situated in the center of the Nufud Desert in Saudi Arabia, it is considered the most popular city of Saudi Arabia, with population slightly over 7 million. It is divided into 15 municipality districts. Quick facts about Riyadh. Some of you were there in Riyadh, visited us, and so luckily during the IGF in December, the maximum temperature is going to be 22 Celsius. The time zone is Greenwich Mean Time plus 3 hours, and an overall count of population slightly over 7 million. We're quite diverse between Saudi and non-Saudi, and we're a young nation with a median age of 29 years old. So Saudi Arabia is keen on being a hub for hosting major international events. To name a few, in 2024, additional to the IGF, we're also hosting the COP16. In 2030, we're hosting Riyadh Expo. And in 2034, we're hosting the World Cup. Isn't that amazing? So a quick refresher, the Riyadh IGF is taking place in Riyadh from September 15th to 19th, in December 15th to 19th, 24, with the 15th being the day zero. The event is going to take place at King Abdulaziz International Conference Center in Riyadh, which we will have detail about it in the coming slides. And the event will be sponsored by Saudi Arabia, jointly sponsored between Saudi Arabia and the United Nations. Quick facts and numbers about Saudi and the digital economy. Saudi Arabia is keen on building thriving, sustainable, and inclusive digital economy. In doing so, we are ranked first on the ISQA Maturity Index, second in the Digital Competitiveness Report among G20 countries, where Saudi Arabia is ranked the third globally in the GovTech Maturity Index, and fourth on the globally digital regulation readiness. The contribution of the digital economy to the GDP is 15%. So about the IGF Riyadh logo, this is the logo for hosting IGF in Riyadh this year. And the philosophy behind the logo, as you can see, it was inspired by our local heritage and the Najdi inscriptions. The inscriptions you see in the middle of the logo. These inscriptions traditionally were used in architecture, textile, decoration, and embroidery. I don't know how to pronounce it. Embroidery. Okay. And the color was chosen carefully. And the color theory, purple is linked to creativity, imagination, and innovation. And in Saudi Arabia, actually, purple is used to represent hospitality. In fact, the purple carpet in Saudi Arabia is a symbol for welcoming highly regarded guests, presidents, and kings. Now to the venue for hosting IGF 2024. Okay. So we're hosting the event at the King Abdulaziz International Center in Riyadh. The venue is iconic in terms of its size and in terms of the amenity it has. It was built on 165,000 square meter, which is slightly shy of 2 million square feet. And the buildings of the center occupies 80,000 square meter, slightly over 850 square feet, 850,000 square feet. Here a bird's eye view of the venue with the different amenity it has, to name a few: the ballroom, the meeting rooms, parkings, and so on. Here is a precise view of the master floor plan of the venue. The venue is divided into 14 zones. And I hope that the color coding is helping you to follow me. So in the center of the floor plan, you see the main entrance. And right in front of it, there is the lunch area and the child room area. To the right of the entrance, we have the marketplace, the workshop area, and the booth zone. In the far end of the right, there is the media center zone and the first aid zone. And to the left of the entrance, that is in the middle, there is the stage in green. And right next to it, there is the quiet room and the holding room for interpreter and the bilateral room. Far to the upper corner to the left, there is the UN offices zone. In this slide, we're trying to show you that we have meticulously studied the flow of attendees throughout the venue. Our aim is to ensure that all attendees have smooth, easy access and maneuver through the venue. To the right, we have the guest registration and entrance. In the middle, we have the VIP entrance, and the far left, we have the VVIP entrance. All in all attendees will have smooth and easy access to the event. Here is the layout of the stage. The stage is highly customizable, and it's 50 by 100 square meters. The first 3 rows are reserved for VIP with 144 seats. The total capacity of the stage hall is 1,550 seats. We'll share now a few photos of the venue with the events taking place. So this is the main reception and the lobby area. This is the lounge, and as we call it in Arabic, majlis. This is the stage and the main hall area. As you can see, there is 2 different events taking place, and you can tell from the picture that it is highly customizable, and we're working on customizing it even further for the IGF. Here's the meeting rooms for bilateral meetings and others. Okay, now how far have we become? We have 4 tracks for the IGF. The parliamentary track is led by Shura Council and is going on smoothly. We also have the youth track that is led by MISC Foundation. We have proposed the business track, and we're working on it with the Secretariat, with the help of the Secretariat, with the International Chamber of Commerce. Last but not least, we have the high-level track that we're working on it with the IGF Secretariat. As you can see, we're making them busy. The IGF Riyadh 2024 website. It should have all the information about the upcoming IGF and all the logistical information for visiting Riyadh. The website should be launched in the next 2 weeks. Everyone is welcome. And please allow me to invite you to scan the barcode and to get even more excited about joining us in the upcoming IGF. Meanwhile, we will work busy on continuing the preparation. Thank you.
Everybody had a chance to scan the barcode? It's a PDF download. Excellent.
But we'll also share the slides later. So.
Okay, moving on to second agenda item.
Questions?
Oh, questions, sorry. Questions. Anybody online?
Yes, we have
Online,
two.
you can also post.
Abdul Tif.
How far up? Oops.
I have Abdul Latif.
It might start working.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. I'm by name Abdul Latif Abdulkadri. I'm calling from Nigeria. I wish to appreciate all the stakeholders and the major actors involved in getting this done. May God bless you all. We are really excited with this development, and we can't afford to miss the whole thing. And my question goes to the guests, the invitees. I want to know the modality. What does the stakeholders have on ground for the guests that are coming abroad? More especially things that has to do with logistics and some other thing that will give them soft landing, safety, and every other thing that has to do with their protection. And my second question goes to the role the NGOs have to play, or the major tasks that NGO needed to carry out in regards to the all objectives set to achieve, or the goal set to achieve. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. And then let's just take a couple. Paul?
Hi, sorry, can you hear me? I typed it into the text as well, but essentially I'm just wanting to ask whether or not there'll be sort of what I'm terming connectivity rooms, but on site, that will allow participants that are at remote hubs to sort of be able to caucus and so on, or is it sort of envisaged that remote hubs will only connect to some of the big rooms and so on? I was seeing those very, very nice looking bilateral meeting rooms and sort of wondering whether on site there'll be any facilities for sort of remote hubbing, or whether people will need to sort of use their own laptop and find a quiet spot to connect with a team that isn't on site, as it were. Thank you.
And let me just see if there's anybody else. I don't see anybody else. So for the first question, we'll just ask the host country if they have any comments.
Yes, thank you very much for these questions. Definitely, we're expecting a massive number of visitors to come to Saudi Arabia during IGF. And we are working with all government entities at the moment to make the journey easy enough for them from all aspects, from the moment that they get to the country and the moment till they leave the country. And I think everybody's excited, and we are committed to provide a good journey and during Riyadh, and even we are planning to have some cultural program in the evening, so you can enjoy your time, take it as a full opportunity, not only to attend IGF, but to experience the culture in Saudi Arabia. So this is something we are working on it. From invitation perspective, there is some invitations will go from both of us in host country and United Nations for the ministers and for the representative in the government and companies and on all the sectors, all the stakeholder groups that we're going to planning to invite them. But everybody is welcomed, and we wish them, and we look to this as an experience to see the technological advancement in Saudi Arabia and to contribute to it. So this is something. The country is safe. The commitment, we already had a final negotiation with the United Nations about the host country agreement, which basically becoming a UN event with all UN procedures taking place in that place. So I hope this will answer the first question. The second question about connectivity, yes, we will have a very high speed connectivity for everybody, and everybody will be able to connect from inside the venue, from outside the venue, and we'll make sure that this is a possibility. The meeting rooms, bilateral meeting rooms are available for booking, as in my understanding, and that will be through the secretary helping on us. So that's, I hope this answered this question. If I missed something, Shingitana, you can.
Thank you very much. And the meeting is fully hybrid. So in the meeting rooms, you will be also able to come in remotely. So you can have a bilateral with a mixture of on-site and off-site participants. I see Giacomo.
Yes, thank you. I will be with you tomorrow, but today I'm from remote. A question to the host is about the media center. Has been involved the national broadcaster, the SBA?
Did you get that? Yeah.
So the media center is open for everybody who want to cover the events, including all news agencies that they will be there. So SPA is one of them. If you talk about Saudi press agency, this is my understanding.
Yes,
Yeah, so they will be there, and they will be broadcasting across the air. All the major TV channel in the region will be there. We expect some of them will be doing a live interviews with the visitors, with the speakers from site. And this is a common practice in our region. So it will get a very high visibility. And this is one of the aims that we have, just to get more visibility in the region for IGF. And we think this will help us even to capture the imagination for youth and to get more people interested in the work that we are doing in IGF.
So I can tell to the broadcaster that they can ask SBA for getting signal from there. Is what you mean?
Could you repeat? I can't hear you well.
Okay, so we have Jorge, Bruna,
There is a main question here. Just a minute.
and
Yes. Just to complete what
Giacomo is continuing. Oh, okay.
no, just a detail.
Continue, Giacomo.
Yeah, it means that the SBA will provide the signal from there, so I can give this information to the broadcasters.
Let me just confirm this information for you. I know there exists, but I'm not sure if the technical capability is there. But
Okay.
Definitely we'll get back to you through a secretary about this to answer this question.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. I have Jorge, John, but I will get Bruna first, since John has already asked a question. And then Octavia. And then, I don't know, John and Abdul Latif, is that another question? If so, then John comes after Octavia and then Abdul Latif.
All right. So thank you very much for giving me another chance to ask more questions in regards to what I've asked earlier on. My question is on health and safety. What health and safety measures are in place for attendees, especially in light of recent global health concerns? And my next question is on the venue arrangement, on the key facilities and features of the event. We've seen all the features of the event, the structure of the venue and everything are wonderfully arranged. Yeah, we appreciate that. What will enhance the attendees' experience in regards to that? So thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, Jorge.
So, hello, good morning. I hope you hear me okay. Jorge Cancio, Swiss government. So first of all, let me thank you so much for all the preparations you are doing. We still recall how it was to organize the IGF 2017. So we very much appreciate all the work you are putting into this. And maybe I would have two questions or two issues to touch upon. The first one is on the high-level track. We would first very much appreciate having the invitations sent as soon as possible and also being shared, in our case, directly with us, so that we make sure that they are not lost somewhere in the process between the missions or the diplomatic system and our ministers, because we would really try to make sure that we have the highest representation possible at the Riyadh meeting. And related to the high-level track, it has been our consistent position during the last years, and we try to make that sure also when we organize the IGF, that there's a consistency, coherence between the part of the program being organized by the MAC, by the IGF multi-stakeholder community through the MAC, and the program being organized by the host country. So I would really like to plead with you that you make sure that there are as much synergies as possible between the different parts of the program, so that we avoid duplications, repetitions, and we make sure that it's as relevant as possible. So that's the first part. The second part of what I wanted to touch upon is that for us, it is of utmost importance that all the colleagues from all stakeholder groups, especially civil society, feel safe and are well represented at the IGF in Riyadh. So I feel certain comfort with your words that you mentioned before, that everybody is welcome. And maybe I would like to draw your attention also to the question in the chat from Avri Doria, who is a long-standing and important member of this worldwide community, and whether you have specific feedback to that question. So with this, thanks again for all your efforts and for all the work you are investing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we'll just take a couple more. Bruna?
Thank you, Chengetai. First of all, just adding a plus one on Jorge's points about the tracks, right? We have heard some updates about the youth track. We know what's the subject that's being used for that. I'm also keen on hearing what's going to be the approach used for the business track, but I had a question about the judiciary one that was at least announced or somehow rumored to be part of this year's program. And the second point I would like to raise was just a question from Valeria as well, that it would be interesting to get updates on arrangements with missions and embassies to issue visas for participants, just assuming that, I mean, it's not a short timeline for the event on itself, but a lot of us might only have, especially from civil society, we might only have the confirmations of attendance a little bit later in the year. So as there's a lot of conversations going, so it would be interesting to see what's the ideal time frame for applying for those visas and whether you guys plan to facilitate anything in that sense. But also thanks to the host country for the presentation. The venues looks truly incredible and very beautiful.
Thank you. Sorry. For the our business efforts to encourage more business to come and also to encourage a more positive business experience for people from the business community, I wouldn't really call it a track in the sense that we have a parliamentary track. So we're still struggling with the wording. But so please don't think of it as a business track where businesses are completely separate from the rest of the community. We do know and we do acknowledge that we do have to do some work to encourage more business to come to the IGF meetings and to also to have a pleasant experience, because at the moment some businesses feel that if they come they're being used as punching bags. So this is why we've actually with the government of Saudi Arabia, we've actually started this conversation with ICC basis and other businesses. We're not excluding any other businesses out. If you please come to us. For Jorge with the synergies and also Bruna, yes, we fully understand. We do have long memories, so we do know that in some past IGFs, the main session and also the high-level leaders session have had basically the same type of topics. So we will increase the coordination and just to make sure that if they have the same topic, it is approached at a different angle and there is value in both of them and they're not duplicative at all. Another point I just want to make is that we will have an in-depth discussion on day 3 in the MAG meeting of all the various tracks, including the judiciary track, etc. So I would, if it's a MAG question, I would keep it to that day, and then we can have a discussion on that. And my final point is that everything is still in development. So we may not be able to give you really definitive answers to exactly what's going to happen. Will change, and it will also change based on the input that you give us as well. I mean, that's the whole purpose of having this meeting here. Okay, let me just ask, do you want to answer some questions or shall we ask?
Yes.
Okay, so just take a pause and then we get some answers.
Yeah, so for diplomatic missions and information and visa process, we are working hard on it at the moment to make sure the experience is easy. Plus, we will have a hotline. We will share it through secretary, where is a dedicated team will be able to support anyone who face any unforeseen issues with the process. But Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the rest of the ecosystem is fully aware about the event and fully aware about the type of facilities that need to be done. And from technology point of view, it's a sort of easy for us to improve that. And I think most of the people in the room and who has a chance to be in Saudi Arabia get through this process, and we hope to even make it better in the next time. So this is my comment. The other thing that for the stakeholder groups, I mean, our focus in Saudi Arabia, this is a technical event. We want the people who has a content to participate in all possible way. and all answers related to stakeholders and what information they need will be available through Visa website. It will be available on our website at the moment. Detailed question and frequently asked questions, and we will be providing all this information from the relevant government authority that provide to assure everybody that this is the information that they need to be aware of.
Shall I answer that one?
Yeah.
Okay. As for, again, sorry, I can't hear my voice and speak at the same time. It's rather confusing to me. As for Avri's question, yes, we are well aware of the concerns, and this is some of the things that we've been discussing. And we also had a trial run with our open consultations in February that we did in Riyadh. And I think that went successfully, and we didn't have any issues as such. We will also, and also just of note, is that we are the second UN meeting that's going to take place in December in Saudi Arabia. So there is going to be the COP desertification, COP16, not the big COP, but a smaller COP. For smaller, it's still 7,000 people, which is also a multi-stakeholder conference on the environment, on the desertification. And we are also learning from that process. So there's been a lot of questions about safety and security. I think you should just be aware of the context that you're in. I don't think there's going to be any victimization as such, but as you know, if you go to New York, behave that way. When we went to Japan, you know, there's a certain expected behavior for the Japanese context. But there will be no victimization because of who you are. And we did have that trial run, and I don't think there was any complaints whatsoever. The airport and the visa process went very, very smoothly. We had, the host government had a lot of people on standby in case there were any problems, but there were none. And as I said, for December, there's going to be a bigger trial run, bigger than the IGF, at the beginning of December, and then we're going to come along. So we'll be watching both to see if anything happens or if anything that we need to change or to be aware of. So, and we found Saudi Arabia to be a very safe environment, and we walked around the secretariat. We went to the old town. We didn't just stay in the commercial areas. We went to the old town as well, did some shopping, and we didn't see anything of any concern that we would needed to have mentioned. And as I said at the very beginning, we sent Anya by herself, and then we followed a couple of days later. Everything was fine. So that's our experience. And you can also talk to some people who were there as well. Some of them are in this room. And but again, we're not just saying, oh, everything is fine. We're not. We're keeping constant watch. So, and we're keeping constant communication as well. So, yeah.
I'd just like to add that I also took the opportunity. It was in the evening. It was actually dark out, and I went to the mall and got back to my hotel, and no, I didn't have an issue.
Okay, let's continue the list. And we've done Bruno, right? Octavia, have you spoken? Okay, please.
Thank you, Changatai. So just briefly following on that, I've been in conversations, very many good ones, with the host country in Abdurrahman for the last 7 months. When it comes to safety and security, I think we have to recognize that, and thank you so much, Changatai, for your experiences that you had in February. I was unfortunately unable to participate in February. And I know that as we are working towards opening up and ironing out these visa and safety issues, we are learning, right? And I think that's important. I think it's important that we don't demand perfection, but that we understand that we have to take steps. Now, holistically looking at safety and security, it's not simply whether I can walk alone in the evening. It has very much to do with if I am free and open to be able to express myself, if I have a bathroom to go to, if I can actually apply for a visa. And Abdurrahman and the host country had been very forthcoming and given assurances. And I was wondering whether we could today at the open consultations perhaps voice some of those assurances publicly, because I do get questions and I want to be able to go back to my communities, queer communities, journalistic media communities, and many of the civil societies that I'm a part of and say, look, I am talking to the host country. I do feel that even though we know of instances and this and that, Abdurrahman and his team are taking the utmost care that everyone that attends the IGF in Riyadh in December will be able to do so openly, freely, and with the accept that they are who they are, where they are, when they are, in the way that they are. And I just want to mention as well, we've talked about tradition, we've talked about West Asia versus I'm Icelandic, so we come from very different cultural worlds, and yet we've found very meaningful dialogues and came together in this. So I just want to open up that to say, holistically looking at security and safety is important, culturally, traditionally, and that we need to perhaps now get to the point where we openly make assurances. So all communities are able to come and able to express themselves while there. Thank you.
Thank you, Octavia. Abdul Latif. If not, I'll go to Shamina.
Hello. Good
Yes.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me a valuable opportunity. I'm Shamima Akhtar, Chairperson, Bangladesh Women Internet Governance Forum. This is not a question, but an appreciation. So I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for graciously hosting the United Internet Governance Forum IGF 2024. The hospitality and organizational excellence displayed have made this event truly remarkable. I would also like to thank the UN IGF Secretariat for granting me the opportunity to participate in the IGF 2024 second open consultation and MAG meeting. It has been an invaluable experience, and I am grateful for the chance to contribute to such an important forum. Thank you once again for your support and efforts in making this event a success. Warm regards. I'm Shamima Akhtar, Chairperson, Bangladesh Women Internet Governance Forum. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much, Shamina. Next is Christine.
Very much, Changatai. This is Christine Alida speaking on behalf of the Egyptian government. First, I would like to thank Saudi Arabia very much for their presentation and congratulate them for the efforts done so far. I truly believe it's going to be a remarkable and rich IGF. I'm also I think I'm speaking on behalf of all my colleagues within the Arab region saying that we're very happy to have the IGF come back to the Arab region, very much needed. I think it's a good thing to appreciate the cultural diversity that we're going to experiment and live, and that goes with the IGF experience, which we've all been living. I recall in Japan, it was an enlightening event for me because it was the first time for me to be in that cultural area. So I would encourage everyone to pretty much make use of that diversity, whether in terms of the place, but also in terms of the views and the ideas that are expressed and discussed. One thing I wanted also to mention, when we just talked about the diversity and the duplication in terms of topics, I would like to stress also the duplication in terms of speakers. I think we've had a lot of duplication or speakers come back to the stage in Japan from the day zero, the high level, and going through the opening. I think we should avoid doing that. It is valuable to have high-level speakers and listen to them, but it also is very valuable for them to listen to other people from the community, and especially to youth and youngsters. So I would pretty much encourage that we do give much more role to people that are not very high level, but also to speak within day zero and high level and the opening. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Bruna?
Thanks, Shanatai. Just adding on the points on the tracks. I know it's a discussion for tomorrow, but I guess mainly our concerns with whenever those points are raised, and when you see a rather concrete logo in the name of a track, it kind of hints it's going to be one. But my main point here is that, as Christine and Jorge was saying, that we avoid to this further siloing of the discussions, and whenever we're facilitating them because we deem them necessary, and I believe some of the tracks are truly necessary, that we allow for this integration between a lot of the debates. I understand and welcome host countries' goals in making sure business are also attending the IGF this year, but I would also like to highlight to you guys that a little bit of the things that Octavio just said are also part of the discussions for my stakeholder group, right? Civil society groups are still discussing and debating whether we should attend the IGF this year. And although the conversation seems to be evolving and there seems to be support for these pivotal moments in the mandate renewal and the pivotal year that we're in it would be really good and welcome if the host country could give us a little bit more of attention and even try to facilitate a conversation with some civil society organizations with those reassurances that Octavio was talking about. This is not a point on criticizing or making sure people don't come to the IGF, but I'm more like highlighting that this could be a very strategic moment for the host country to engage with civil society organizations and help us convince them to attend the forum at the end of the year. So that was my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruna. Let me... I think I don't have any more questions here. Speakers fully understood. Tracks, yes, that's something we have to discuss. And also, we also have to, this is an ongoing, not for this year, but for the future as well, when we start talking about WSIS Plus 20 and the future of the IGF, whether or not we are going to have, we've just been talking about business-oriented processes, but then there's also the talk about government-oriented processes as well, whether we should have a GDC track or a government track, and I'm using the word track loosely here, but a space for governments as well. And so, and that's a tension that we have to say. Yes, we want to be open, we want to be multi-stakeholder, we want to be all-inclusive, but there is also a need for stakeholders to be able to meet amongst themselves. Will they do it within the IGF? Will they do it outside of the IGF? Is it better they do it inside the IGF, or will that change the nature of the IGF? Or should they do it outside the IGF? If they do it outside the IGF, it will be a totally different group of people, and there isn't that connection. But those aren't. That's not the debate for now, but it's a debate for the future that we will have to engage in. Just saying that I do see Henriette.
For the speaker queue link, apologies. Henriette Esterhuizen from Association for Progressive Communications. I want you just a quick reaction to Christine's comment about speakers. I think absolutely we do need fresh speakers, but I also think we need experts. The IGF, and we're increasingly talking about it as a forum that's relevant to digital governance broadly, not just to internet governance narrowly. So I think we really should endeavor to bring people from other disciplines, from the environmental sector, sustainability, from development, from engineering, from materials development, just so that we bring more of that diversity into the debates. So yes, newcomers, young people, absolutely, but I think diversity of expertise is as important.
Okay, thank you. I did see somebody else. Timia.
My hand has been up, but nobody's pointing at me. I haven't spoken.
Sorry, I'll go later then, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just talking to the same topic at hand in terms of.
I'm sorry, I was.
I agreed with Timia. Timia agreed she goes next.
Just give me 1 sec. Yes, carry on, please.
Okay, thanks.
John.
Thanks so much. Yeah, so my name is John, coming from Zambia, Lusaka, and I'm a cybersecurity expert running a CSO, cybersecurity organization in Zambia. And I think talking to you, just the immediate past question, and I think concern. Some of us have been applying for IGF for quite a while now, and we have never gotten a chance to attend, even just virtually itself. So I feel sometimes I think the selection process tends to really not be a platform to give chance to newcomers that can be called as newcomers, but they're also experts in their own rights. Not that they are not experts, maybe because they have not really gotten a chance to be given a chance, it's a space to express and showcase what they're able to do. And I think so, as opposed maybe to always picking the same faces, same organizations, I think it would be important to also maybe get to invite some institutions or individuals that seem to know what they are talking about in their proposals, and see what they're able to offer, as opposed to always picking the same faces. I think I feel that is very important to consider as we strive to give a chance and growth to upcoming organizations and individuals that want to also rise to the stardom of see the work they are doing, trying to also be able to get. I think that's where in my question.
Thank you very much again. I see we're 30 minutes over this allotted time, so this is what I'll do. I will give it to Zishan, Timia, and then we'll have closing remarks from the host country and the chair. Okay, thank you. So, Zishan. Zishan, we can't hear you at all. You seem to be, yes,
yeah,
now you're.
Yeah, hello, this is Zishan Shoki. Actually, I would like to know that do you grant some sort of assistance in granting visa for the participants from third world countries like Pakistan. Actually, there is no announcement for the relaxation of charges for the visa or for any sort of support for accommodation or for other things. I request, please try to request the host country to grant us visa free of charge to attend the IGF and other events. Okay, and try to give some space to participate, former experts and also the youth, both could participate in the event. Some experts who have attended WSIS, for example, me, I have attended the WSIS 2003 in Geneva. After that, I could not attend any IGF and etc. So I am interested to participate in this event, in this IGF. And there are many youngsters, there are many experts. So thank you very much, if you could consider.
Thank you, Zisha. Timia?
Thank you, Chengetai. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all, and I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you in person. My colleague Manny is in the room, though. Just wanted to respond to the conversations around business participation in the IGF 2024, and wanted to remind everybody who might not have been at the first open consultation and MAG meeting or might have missed our presentation there regarding ICC's proposals on how to enhance business participation at the IGF. That is on the IGF website. I put the link in the chat if you guys want to peruse that. I don't want to talk about it very lengthily. I realize we are beyond time, but just to reinforce what Chengetai has said earlier, that we are indeed in conversation with the IGF Secretariat. The host country has been very gracious to hearing our proposals as well, and to try and put some of these recommendations into practice. What we are recommending is not siloing off business from other stakeholders. What we are actually recommending is making steps to better engage business with other stakeholder communities at the IGF, including governments, including civil society, technical community, everybody else. So our thoughts on how to do that better and how to attract more participation of businesses, both the local business community, wherever the IGF is located at the given time, and the international business community. I just want to encourage you to read our proposals, and that is what we are in discussions about. But I do want to just add a note that the business community is coming to the IGF to engage with the other stakeholders and not to see each other. We have other opportunities for that already. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Timia. Okay, with that, let's do a wrap up. I'll give it to Abdulrahim to wrap it up and just answer any outstanding questions.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you all for your comments. I really appreciate it. And I would say that we know there are some concerns, and we respect that. I mean, from all the stakeholder groups, including NGOs and civil society. And I think our role here is more about provide the clarity, provide the information that is available and reliable on the ground. And we are keen to do that in two ways. One, we will try to enrich our website with all information that help people to take informed decisions about if they want to participate physically or if they want to participate online, which we will make sure that even that experience is important. The second thing that we are welcoming any facilitation to have a dedicated meeting with the representative of the civil society. At the end of the day, it is a technical event. We are pushing hard to get everybody in place. We might agree or disagree with certain opinions between us and different group, but I think that we will try our best to be as clear as possible about what's happening on the ground. Again and again, this is a technical event, and we want everyone who is involved in IGF to participate in this event. And we'll try to our best to get this in the context. And I'll be discussing with the secretary about how we can facilitate such a meeting. And I really appreciate your comments, and we hear to the concern loudly, and we are taking it in our consideration. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next topic, addressing. So, you can just do it. Just ask Bruno to start.
I don't know if this on or not. Is the green light supposed to be on?
It's on.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to the next topic on Net Mondial, GDC, and WSIS. I think we had Bruno. Oh, Bruno stepped out. Where did Bruno disappear to? Okay. Chris, as far as no, you're not.
Does anybody want to back her up?
Who's going to back up Bruno on the Net Mondial before we move on? Yeah.
And just a heads up, for the update on the current state of the GDC process, we are going to have Renata from OSET in the afternoon, but that doesn't mean that we can't discuss things now. So we would be looking for volunteers, especially from member states. I'm not looking at anybody at all, to just give an update and of what's going on. Yeah. So, Chris? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was going to say for the Net Mondial plus 10, I'd be looking to members of the Net Mondial high-level executive committee who we have in the room. I'm looking at Jorge and Jordan, but I'm sure there are others also here, and Bruno is one of those as well. But we could also, at Chair's discretion, flip it around and speak about GDC first. I'm open to whatever. Okay. Well, then I think I can give a. Oh, here's Bruno. So perhaps we want to.
Give a hand.
I will stay with the Net Mondial.
Sorry for you. Throwing you under the bus there. Net Mondial plus 10. So.
Yeah, your microphone's still on. Do you want to start? No. Okay. Hi, everyone. I think the idea here was more to do a little bit of a roundup of what was Net Mondial, right? And then just mention that it was a really relevant event hosted by CGI.PR with a meaningful participation from governments, all stakeholders across the board, really. And the idea was to put forward this stronger commitment over multi-stakeholderism and multi-stakeholderism in policymaking for internet purposes and internet governance. We have a lot of people in the room that attended, and I think the main point for the IGF in terms of Net Mondial is that the document, the statement, makes some recommendations that are the São Paulo guidelines that should be observed throughout multi-stakeholder and multilateral processes as well. And it does issue a couple of messages to the IGF on itself, such as improving participation, fostering more transparency, and even some points about, the process really throughout the year and so on. So I don't know if I should add anything about that on that note, or whether Jordan or anyone else that was also part of the HLAC would also like to add on this sense. But mainly for the IGF, I guess the question is how and whether do we welcome this role of depositary of the São Paulo guidelines that the document trusted that the IGF would be as the main convening and space for internet governance processes and some of the policymaking processes in our space. So I guess I'll stop there and then maybe, I don't know, open for discussion. And also, if others would like to weigh in, that's very much welcome. Thanks, Carol.
Welcome. Anybody wants to weigh in before I make a comment?
Good day, everyone, please. Can I continue? Hello, everyone, please.
Abdul Latif.
Yes. Thank you very much for your wonderful efforts. I'm so sorry I was cut short due to some technical issue I've been faced here, but now I'm back. My question is on the accessibility of the events. My concern is on those that are having the challenges on disability, people with special needs.
Past that.
Is there,
We are now
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about Net Mundial.
Agenda item 2.
Yes, that's agenda item 2. So if it's
continue,
not
please?
on that, we're gone. Yeah.
All right. Will there be translation and interpretation service available to accommodate non-English or
Again,
non-Arabic
as I
speakers?
said, if it is not on agenda item 2, then you could send us an email and we can answer you. But let's not mix things up. Yeah.
All right, so please, I'm sorry, can you take the agenda number 2 because I just joined now. I was cut short due to some technical issues, so I got missed out some points.
Yes,
Just
again,
the agenda number 2.
if your next words are not about agenda item 2, then we'll have to cut you off. And then you can email us, or we can have a separate call.
So thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, I see Chris. And okay.
Okay. Thanks, Carol, and thanks, Bruna, for the update there. That is obviously something we've been discussing as well in the MAG working group on strategy and strengthening the IGF. And I think one of the projects that group's been looking at is a strategic plan for the IGF. And this question of how to respond to the Net Mundial plus 10 call for the IGF to take a role here, I think is one of the sort of quite fundamental operational questions for that process. I think there is a possibility to spin up some kind of new process or structure or substructure or to accommodate this and to carry the Net Mundial plus 10 Sao Paulo guidelines forward. But I think this is a sort of useful goal for this session or for this meeting this week, is to see where we have consensus on how best to move forward with that, what sort of resources, energy to devote to it, and also what it would look like in relation to the annual IGF event. Is this something that we want to see sort of built into the schedule, the structure of the event itself, or not? So, thanks.
I'm sorry, I am. Maybe I missed something or I'm a bit slow. I'm still not getting it. Bruna said that she would like the IGF to be the main repository of the Net Mundial plus 10. But exactly what does that mean? What does that entail? What is the idea? So we need something to start. We need a model to start shaping. Yeah.
Thank you, Chingitai, and sorry for cutting the line, whether there's anyone else on the line. I think just to be even more clear, the document, the final outcome for Net Mundial, it highlights a couple of things that it would envision for the IGF to be an even better space, right? It highlights the role of the forum as an effective space for internet governance and digital public policy debates and cooperation. But it does focus on the fact that we need a strengthened IGF, and then we need one that requires long-term sustainability through increased financial, technical, and human resources, could provide cohesion and facilitate participation, and also requires procedures to guarantee inclusive, transparent, and accountable deliberation to generate both legitimacy and effective outcomes. The document also requests that the IGF improves even further the dialogue and coordination between NRIs. So a lot of the things that the document asks are already things that we are that are already in place, right? We have an NRI network that's coordinating. We have ongoing debates. So maybe the request here would be that we, collectively with the leadership panel, would take a look at this document and see what exactly is the instrument that would allow for us to bring the São Paulo guidelines to the IGF on itself, because the document, it's not me, it's the document that says that the IGF should be the depository of the São Paulo guidelines, at least in an ideal world, and that's the request the high-level executive committee from the Net Mundial and the community has made to the IGF. So I guess my request here is that we try to facilitate an ongoing discussion between both MAG, Secretariat, on like current host country and future host country on how do we implement some of those suggestions and improvements that are highlighted in the Net Mundial final statement. That's it.
Thanks, Bruna. So what I'm hearing is that you want us to implement the Net Mundial document as far as the IGF is concerned, which to me is slightly different from being a repository for the document. Being a repository for the Net Mundial is taking it in its whole entirety, looking how it affects, because the Net Mundial document doesn't just speak about the IGF, it speaks about IG in general. So then that would mean something like documenting and how these principles are being put into operation. But what I got from you is basically Net Mundial and its effect on the IGF. And then my question is that you are taking, you're basically opening another stream. I'm not going to say the word track, but another stream of how Net Mundial, what's put in the Net Mundial affects the IGF, which the question rises, should that not be put in the main discussion of improvements and how the IGF can change? So being a repository doesn't mean spearheading its effect on the IGF, but basically just collating and documenting and and recording how the Net Mundial is. So it's two separate things. It can't be the same thing. Who's first?
Vincenzo.
Vincenzo, please. Yes, carry on. And
me? Yep.
Yes.
Oh. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. No, just a brief comment. My name is Vinicius. I'm here representing the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. So I would have to at least say some words. Just to briefly comment that we very much welcome all the comments about Net Mundial plus 10. Also thank not only the the HLAC members that are here and helped to streamline all this process, but also the IGF community that is welcoming these results and discussing the results from Net Mundial, which we think is a very fruitful thing to be in the ecosystem and to evolve multi-stakeholder practices and to get things better for all the discussions and for. Just to say that we always envision this process as an ad hoc process. So CGI is not intending, for example, to be leading some sort of stable process around this, but we very much welcome all these initiatives around putting forward these results. And just to state that we are available, always available to help in this sense with whatever is needed for the other processes that will be implemented, be it in the IGF or other places, but especially in the IGF, as it is one of the core parts of the document, the proposals for the IGF and also the general ecosystem, as Chengetai mentioned, but the IGF as a central space for all of these discussions. Just to mention a couple of things related to your comment, Chengetai, I think the conversation here is dealing with these two facets of having this IGF looking internally, looking to the guidelines, but from an internal point of view, but also externally. So you have a stream, using your words, a stream for looking to internal processes in light of the guidelines, but also having this more long-term process of looking to the ecosystem and how the guidelines are being implemented or not, how it is evolving, how it will be impacting the IGF in the long term, and so on. So these were just a couple of comments. We are available to help in any sense needed. And just to say also that very, very soon we'll have the translations of the outcome document of Net Mundial to all the UN languages available on Net Mundial website. We have so far the original version in English. We have a Japanese version that was provided from some colleagues in Japan, and also a Portuguese version. But we are already working in all the other UN languages, and we'll have these translations in a couple of weeks available on the website as well. I'm here for the week. I'm available for any sort of dialogue that may arise from this conversation. Feel free to reach out if that's the case. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we're going to have Jordan, Jorge, and Henriette.
Thank you. Good morning, Jordan Carter from the Australian Domain Administration, one of the technical community MAG members. Chengetai, you're right, there is two separate things at least here. One is the issue of the suggestion that the IGF become the repository for the Sao Paulo guidelines, which are the principles and guidelines about how to do multi-stakeholder approaches to internet governance or digital policy processes. And as a relative newbie here, I don't know what the right vehicle for doing that is within the IGF framework, but I'm keen to hear that discussed today and later in the week. The other point, I think, is that the outcome document for Net Mundial, as, for example, also the Eurodig, which happened last week, did have some specific messages for the IGF about how it may develop. And I think one easy route for the messages about the IGF's development would be perhaps for people to refer them to the Working Group on Strategy to take into account as it's developing proposals for how to improve the way that we're working, as well as encouraging perhaps the MAG generally and the leadership panel to take a look at those messages, just to reflect on them and to think about how they might be applied, to see whether they agree or disagree with the thrust of them. To me, they're fairly uncontroversial and common sense recommendations. If other people think that they're not, that would be interesting to know and to discuss, especially among people here in the open consultation who are not MAG members. So I think it is useful to distinguish those two separate elements to this. And a possible future third one, which the MAG or the Working Group strategy might like to consider at some point, is taking the insights shared in those Sao Paulo guidelines and turning them and applying them to the MAG and the IGF itself, to see how we go against that analytical framework, if you like, which is sort of what those guidelines represent. I'm not proposing that we should try and do that now or quickly, but it might be something to consider doing in the future. Thank you.
Hoi. Hoi. Then unread.
Thank you. Thank you, Chengetai, Jorge Cancio, Swiss government. I also happen to be in this group that was steering the Net Mondial +10 outcome document. So some observations which are basically consistent with what Jordan just said. I think it's useful to distinguish the different pieces of the Net Mondial outcome document and what is the ask for the IGF, or what is the possible function for the IGF if we follow this thinking of form follows function. So the first one is, of course, the recommendations from the Net Mondial +10 outcome document to the IGF directly, how the IGF can further improve. And there I agree very much with Jordan that this could be a task for the working group on strategy to look into it and see how we can implement those improvements if we see them as appropriate. And that's really section 4.1 of the Net Mondial outcome document. A different part, which I think has two implications for the IGF, are the so-called Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines as such. And those are included in section 3.2 of the outcome document of Sao Paulo. And these guidelines are means or a way to help interested stakeholders to operationalize multi-stakeholder initiatives or to evolve multilateral initiatives, drawing inspiration from multi-stakeholder practice. And this, as I said, is basically in section 3.2. You have guidelines on what you have to consider whenever you launch a multi-stakeholder initiative or process. Then you have also process steps. So this is intended to be a very useful help for people to operationalize such initiatives and processes, and also to distinguish actual multi-stakeholder initiatives from those that are basically window dressing or multi-stakeholder washing, if we could say so. So that's to introduce a little bit the multi-stakeholder guidelines, the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines. And then there's a very specific ask to the IGF, which is to act as a depositary or caretaker of the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines. As Vinicius said, the Net Mondial +10 was just a one-off. So that's why the community there asked, I think very appropriately, the IGF to take this over and to be the depositary or caretaker of these guidelines. What does that mean? If we look at what depositary of international treaties or instruments means, it is basically that you offer a home to that instrument, that you are the guardian of the legitimate version of that instrument, of the translations of that instrument, that whenever anyone has a question about that instrument, there's somebody to call on, and that there's some publicity, some awareness raising on that instrument. So if we translate this to the IGF, I think this is quite a new function we are talking about, but which is, I think, squarely within the mandate of the IGF in order to promote the multi-stakeholder approach. And basically, if we think about this function of being a home to the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines, I think there could be a very lightweight structure in the form of an open group of friends of these guidelines that would help in performing that role, raising awareness of the guidelines, promoting them, publishing translations that are being made as we speak, offering perhaps a little space in the IGF website where you can find all these informations, and being a point of reference if anyone outside wants to implement the guidelines and needs some support, some advice, or wants to publish their experiences in this dedicated side of the IGF. So I think that's really the caretaker, the depository function. And something different, which I don't think would need to be centralized in any shape or form, is to implement the guidelines themselves or take them as inspiration for improving, for instance, how policy networks develop their recommendations, or how BPFs do their work, or how dynamic coalitions do their work, or how we do our work generally as IGF. And there I think each and every policy network or BPF or dynamic coalition or the MAG itself for its processes can decide, maybe this year or next year, that they do a pilot experience of how it would look like to implement really the guidelines and the process steps in their work. But I wouldn't think that we need a specific new structure for doing this or for centralizing that. It would be really up to the existing policy networks or dynamic coalitions or BPFs to decide whether they want to do that pilot experience. So I hope this may have helped. Maybe this is my Swiss German mindset of being analytical and trying to break down things to digestible work items. Thank you.
Carol, Henriette Esterhuizen, Association for Progressive Communications. I was not on the high-level executive committee. I was present in Sao Paulo, and I do indeed think that the Sao Paulo guidelines and Net Mundial +10 are very important. And I do usually always agree with Jorge. Sometimes I agree with him before he's even expressed the ideas. But this time I have a different perspective. I just think that I think the goal here is clear. We want to take these guidelines forward. I think what we need, and perhaps we can get help from this, from UNDESA and from the Secretariat, who should this request be addressed to? Is this request for the IGF to play this caretaking role? Is that request going to the MAG? Does it go to the leadership panel? Does it go to UNDESA? Does it go to the Secretariat? I think if you currently do a search for the 2014 Net Mundial statement on the IGF website, you actually won't find it, other than in reference to workshops that dealt with it or main sessions. Because the IGF is actually, and I'm speaking here in my capacity as a past chair, quite cautious about what it reflects as IGF outputs and what not. Even if you look at the annual events website, at the outputs website, there's very clear delineation there between what is a BPF output, what is a host country output, what is an output from the event itself. So I think we need to take all of that into account as we process this. And then I think we need to consider the mandate of the IGF, particularly at this time when we are facing the debates around renewal. Is what we're talking about here something that's within the current mandate, or is it perhaps something that we'd like to see in the future in a future mandate? And then lastly, I think we really need to also show confidence in the IGF ecosystem as it has evolved. And I think many of the functions that I've heard Jorge and Vinicius and Jordan outline, to me sound as if it could be maybe combined between a best practice forum on multi-stakeholder practice and a dynamic coalition, or a dynamic coalition with different work streams. We created these structures within the IGF ecosystem to allow these initiatives to take place independently without getting into politically complex terrain. And this is really my last point here. I come from South Africa. My government did not participate in Net Mundial. They were very skeptical about the first Net Mundial. They're even more skeptical about Net Mundial +10. That's true for many governments in the global South. Do we really want to engage that level of possible controversy by having the IGF itself become a caretaker for Net Mundial? Or can we use something like the dynamic coalition, where we can build a community of practice, get more people involved, get more governments, more processes involved, and in that sense build more participation and more buy-in for the process, rather than it potentially becoming something that could be a divider rather than a unifier. So forgive me for being quite frank there. I'm a great supporter of the Net Mundial guidelines. I just think we need to be cautious and mandate consistent in how we take this forward. And then I agree with the proposal that we allow the working group strategy to develop more ideas around this, maybe some options. But I also do think it would be helpful for us to get guidance from UNDESA and the Secretariat, because there's no point in working on an option when in fact there might be some restrictions that we're not aware of that would not allow the IGF itself to play that caretaker role.
Thank you, Anurad. I think everybody's brought up some good points for us to think about. We're running over time, so we're just going to take Paul, Sandra, and Tamia. So go ahead, Paul, then Sandra, then Tamia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think there's, forgive me for being sort of new kid on the block. I might be missing something significant here, but I think there is broad agreement amongst everybody and a broad understanding that.
Paul, okay. Paul, are you going to take the mic?
Speaking, sorry. I'm speaking. Sorry, Chair. I think there's broad understanding and broad appreciation of the need for the IGF to internalize both the Sao Paulo and what's in the Net Mundial document that I've got open. But I think the sort of where the rubber hits the road and things become a little bit more nuanced is the fact that the Net Mundial document, I'm looking at page 6, sets out principles for internet governance at large. So whoever is engaging in any sort of policy development or internet governance development policy or process, there are principles that should be followed. I think the authors of the Net Mundial and the sort of proposal for a repository of some shape or form comes from the idea that they want these principles to become living, and they're kind of feeling the absence of there being a champion for this. The trouble that I see, though, is the fact that the best way to advocate for these principles is for them to be seen to be in action. So if the IGF were to successfully implement and successfully do its own internal reviews and, were to embrace these policies, that would be the best form of advocacy for the principles. That would be the best way to get them to achieve greater adoption. But the notion of then, saying, okay, well, we want a repository, whatever language one uses, and for the IGF to take up that function, that's almost, it's got a sense of it that's borne by the idea that these principles will not otherwise be embraced and adopted. And I think that it's probably a better idea at this stage to say, in the absence of somebody else taking point on translating, disseminating, and that sort of thing, that the IGF Secretariat be asked to do that. But I don't think that it's healthy for it to be seen as a core function of the IGF or as something that locks the IGF in future, because otherwise the very sort of political skepticism that Henriette mentioned too, I think will envelop the IGF, and I think there's a great risk of that. So my sort of thinking is, as with many things, walk slowly, talk softly, and say the right things, and things will sort of find their own natural home, rather than sort of getting the fairly fraught renewal and review of the IGF's function conflated with something that could become quite controversial and so on. And I think there are better proposals for who to take point. I think in particular, if the document is viewed as needing a depository, that's something that a sovereign state is in a better position to do. But I just think that the IGF needs to sort of, at this juncture, say, no, it's not an ideal part for the IGF. Here are better options. And in the absence of somebody taking point, the IGF, through internalizing it, will kind of act in that role, at least until somebody better, takes the line. That's sort of where I see it. So, dynamic coalition and so on. Thanks.
Sandra?
Thank you very much, and greetings to Geneva. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you. I would like to bring forward very strong and clear messages from the recent Eurodic that took place. And at Eurodic, we were basically looking also a little bit on the interlinkage of the three processes, the GDC, the Business Review, and the Net Mundial +10. And with regards to the role of the IGF, there are some very straightforward messages. So first of all, and I read them out, you can find them on the website. I posted the link further up in the chat. Eurodic supports enhancing the role of the UN IGF. Full stop. We kept that message as easy as possible in order to make it a very strong one. Eurodic recommends simplifying the processes of the GDC follow-up and review of the implementation of the GDC commitments with the substantive role of the Internet Governance Forum and the Business Forum, so that non-governmental stakeholders can fully contribute to the process. And there comes an addition by using the Sao Paulo guidelines as an inspiration for making processes more inclusive, transparent, and accountable. So basically what we did, we looked at what is going on in the GDC basis, what can we expect from the business review, and we would like to have the IGF taking a leading role by using the Sao Paulo guidelines in this follow-up and review processes. You can have a look at the full messages, as I said, on the website, and further up in the chat is the link. But this was the very clear and strong output after a long series of consultations, virtual meetings, on-site meetings within the framework of Eurodic. Thank you very much.
Mia?
Thank you very much, Chair. I realize that I'm always the last to speak, and I'm always the one who goes over time, so I'll try to be short and just respond to one of the three elements that Jorge outlined as the pieces of tasks that are potentially linked to the IGF from Net Mundial +10 conversations. I myself was one of the high-level executive committee members of Net Mundial +10, and as Jorge rightly said, this was considered a one-off event. So it does make sense in my mind that the outcomes need a home so that they are not lost in this one-off event, that they continue to live on and they're there for people to consult. Again, in my mind, having a depository for the guidelines makes sense. And it also makes sense in my mind that this is done in a multi-stakeholder structure rather than one particular institution or one particular stakeholder bring this into their own, so to speak, purview. Even more so because the guidelines themselves speak of the IGF already. Now, in what shape or form this is to happen in the IGF, I don't think it's up to an open consultation meeting to decide. What we can do in an open consultation meeting is to hear from the community on whether or not they feel that the IGF should be involved in something like this. If the answer is yes, then it probably is up to the MAG or the Secretariat to decide what are the options for that, and that can then be taken, that decision, based on the existing structures and the mandate of the IGF. So I think we need to take a step-by-step approach. We need to understand the community's view. Does the IGF have a role to play in the afterlife of the Minneapolis 10 and the Sao Paulo guidelines? If so, then perhaps it is up to the steering groups of the IGF to find a response on how exactly that should happen. For what it's worth, in my opinion, as a member of this community on behalf of the private sector, I think the IGF should have some sort of role in the follow-up of the guidelines and making sure that a one-off event does have the ripple effects that it was hoping to have, and we don't possibly need every year a follow-up event just to keep the guidelines in our minds. Thanks.
Thank you. So we're just going to wrap up on the Net Mondial Shanghai, and then Bruno to close us off. And then we'll move on to business and GDC.
Rosalind?
She's talking on this, so you want to wrap up on Net Mondial?
Oh, sorry. No, I just wanted to answer, Henriette directed a few questions to me, and I'd like to thank Henriette for her intervention as well, and also on what Paul and Tamir said. There's many paths, and IGF is a bottom-up multi-stakeholder process. So yes, open consultations, we hear the views of the community, and then I think it's on day 3 at 1500 hours, we will have the same conversation again, but within the MAG. And the MAG is an advisory group, so it can advise which way to go. And we'll take that advice and pass it on to you, Endesa. And if there's no objection, that's what we'll do. Also, that as Henriette was laying out for the dynamic coalitions, the DC or PN path, yes, that's the least controversial, and it's the path of least resistance, so to speak, and it may accomplish everything that you wanted to accomplish. But I'm not ruling out anything. I mean, if you want to, we are always open to new ways and of doing things, hoping that they are better. Sometimes they're not, but hoping that they are better. But of course, the level of difficulty will rise as well. So it really depends what the community feels and how the MAG interprets that. And the Secretariat, of course, is here to serve the community. So if that's the decision of the MAG, then we will do something. Bruna can have the final word.
Never a final word, Chingatai. But no, I just wish we had made it into Avri in the speaking queue as well, as she has a lot of relevant points in the chat. But I think the main one is that it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. No, but
I've never known Avri to shy away from saying something. So, I mean,
don't know. But to the point that I was just trying to add to this conversation that Avri brought in the chat was the relevance of taking the Net Mundial output into account for a renewal of the IGF mandate, right? That's the key point here. That might be the key point in the broader discussion and so on. So perhaps my request for MAG members and community right now is whether it would be worth doing some sort of an ad hoc kind of effort into trying to understand what is the model that we want to use for taking a look at the SPGs and also the recommendations to the IGF and how do we take those steps forward. And then we can summarize this discussion on Friday and so on, but just maybe perhaps thinking of a model. And that would be also important to have the leadership panel in the conversation, as I've heard a couple of them mentioning that they are also working on the São Paulo guidelines. So just to add that to the batch. Thanks, Chingatai, and thanks, Carol.
yeah. Leesfer and Vinsurf were also part of the organizing committee, and Leesfer actively participated quite a lot and was there. So yes, we can do. I would like to offer Avri again a chance to speak if she wants to speak.
Thank you. And really, I had my hand up and I lowered it politely when the chair did not include me in the list. I think Runa covered a lot of what I was trying to say and what I wrote in the chat. Is we did at the very beginning of the IGF produce a consensus report. This was before we had any of the modalities that the IGF has since developed for a paper, and yet it was an IGF developed paper on multi-stakeholderism. There was a notion, and I've been looking for it on the site at the moment and can't find it. I remember it because I was the editor. I was working for the Secretariat at the time. That paper had this notion of, here was the IGF putting down what it thought at the time, and it was meant to be a living document that would periodically be reviewed. And perhaps with the Net Mundial, the Sao Paulo work as an impetus, as an input, to really go back to that work and sort of say, where were we when we started? How has the notion that, the IGF sort of pushed to the fore, didn't invent it, but pushed it to the fore? How has it developed? How has it evolved? Where is it going? And to basically combine that and package what has been the work of the sort of background task of the IGF is to not only do internet governance, but to evolve the process of multi-stakeholder models. So I just wanted to really remind people that we did work on this and we did mean to get back to it. And this may be the time. And thank you for giving me the floor. Oh, this is Aubrey Doria speaking. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself.
Much, Avri, and we will reconvene this conversation within the MAG on Friday at 3:00. Okay. We are going to go to the GDC discussion. I'll just start off and then I'll hand it over to you. So we would, since it's now more a member state activity, we will ask a member state to come in. We also have a representative from OSET. Don't feel pressured, because we are going to have Renata in the afternoon as well, but please feel free to come in. And so again, as I said, I'm not looking at anybody, just asking for somebody to intervene and give us an update. And that person is not looking at me at all. No? Anybody else who wants to share? Justin? Where's Justin?
Online.
Online, okay. Justin, please. Yes. Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Changatai, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, I can speak just briefly on GDC, which is because one reason I can't be with you all this week in Geneva is just a lot going on in that space. I think that most people are tracking broadly where the GDC process stands. There was kind of a very lengthy negotiation around Rev 1 of the GDC outcome document, and I think that was widely shared. And so most folks saw that. The conversation that was supposed to happen in New York kind of made slow progress. There was a lot of obviously discussions about different elements of the text, and so then that was continued through an additional session that focused on AI, and then just last week continuing on the data governance and follow-up and review sections. And then there was the public stakeholder meeting last Friday, which I think some folks here participated in. So that was wrapped up negotiations around Rev 1. I think where things stand now is that everybody's waiting for revision 2 of the GDC document. That should come out this week. I think the expectation is that that comes out this week. And then there will be a PR level discussion in New York on Monday about Rev 2. Now, just being frank, if a document comes out late this week, how much delegations are prepared to kind of go through a healthy document on Monday, we'll see. And then I would say, I'm not sure exactly where the process goes from there. I know there was a hope to kind of get this wrapped up by next week, but if a new document comes out late this week, that seems unlikely. And then there starts to be some scheduling challenges around GDC. Next week is a holiday in the United States. The 4th of July is next Thursday, which will affect, operations in New York for the latter half of the week. And then New York gets into the high-level political forum for 2 weeks, which is a very busy time for a lot of the missions there. And I think that there's some, and this would be better for OSET to opine on, I think even around the broader Pact for the Future and Summit for the Future, perhaps there might be some not stand down, but some lag in some of the preparations for that, but while missions focus on the high level political forum. But then after that, there's one more week in July, and then an arbitrary kind of a scheduling problem, but you start getting into the August months, which I know many in the UN system are loath to kind of work during the August months or negotiate. So I think that the scheduling question starts to be a little bit more challenged leading into the Summit for the Future in the fall. And then just a couple other things I will flag. I think there is some interesting conversations happening about what the Summit for the Future event actually looks like, GDC being one of the major deliverables for that. So I think that there's a clear nexus with the work of the IGF and the GDC deliverable, but also the weekend before and some of these action days, and a real focus on the role of digital technologies within the broader UN agenda, I think will be on full display in New York in September, and so relevant here. And then backing up, I think the other thing that is relevant for the GDC conversations and the work of the IGF is an expected report from the high-level advisory body. I'll say soon-ish. I've heard this week, but soonish, which I think will have really continue the conversation around the UN's role on AI governance issues, some impact on the GDC potentially. And so that will also be an interesting and informative kind of document that we expect to be released, I think, this week. We'll see. I'll stop there, but hope that helps. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Justin. Bruna, is your thing, can you put your, thank you. Anybody else wants to say something about the GDC? Henriette, please.
Thank you very much, Chengetai. Well, I think as many people who've seen the latest draft would know, that the language that's been proposed from G77 countries, G77 and China, amongst others, really reduces the role of the IGF in follow-up. So I think let's be frank about that. Let's confront that and look at how we can work with that and do much more outreach, I think, to member states who are not the member states that we see every day at IGF MAG meetings or in IGF processes and structures. I think our host countries, our past IGF and current IGF host countries, have a very important role to play because several of them are part of the G77 group. So I think if they can play a role in speaking for their experience and the benefits, as they always do. I mean, and I know they do this often in forums where they are lone voices. I'm looking at Christine over here, but it makes a big difference. So I think let's confront that. I also think that the side event, the action days that Justin mentioned, perhaps the MAG working group strategy can convene a side event. I know several civil society organizations are, the Internet Society, we're talking about various collaborations there. But I think let's not lose that opportunity to create more awareness, whatever the outcome of the GDC is. Let's create awareness about the IGF and the role that it plays in digital governance at the summit of the future. But I do think that, non-state actors, I think, are doing what they can. I really think this is going to be up to member states. And I mean, the one thing perhaps we also need to look at a much more minimalist GDC. I think what we have now is a very detailed GDC. A lot of content has gone in about the role of the WSIS Forum, the role of the IGF in follow-up. And perhaps we need, and that is then turning into quite controversial text because then others feel they have to change that text or take it out. So I think for member states, I'd like to know from those member states that are supporting the role of the IGF and multi-stakeholder process, if they think perhaps a more minimalist document that gives a mandate to the WSIS plus 10 process to do more elaboration on what this integrated follow-up of GDC follow-up and WSIS plus 20 follow-up can look like. Is that perhaps a path where we delegate to, or the member states and the Secretary General delegates to UN Group on the Information Society, CSTD, ITU, all the action line facilitators, working with the Office of the Envoy on Technology on coming up with a framework for GDC follow-up that does not duplicate effort, that is complementary between the SDG process, the New York-based processes, and the Geneva-based processes, the WSIS process, and the Human Rights Council and Office of the High Commission processes. So yeah, so that's, I mean, when I looked at the last draft, I think my feeling was, and I think APC would endorse this, that there are still gaps, and Valeria can add if she can. We still feel environmental sustainability is not addressed effectively, human rights language can be stronger, but primarily, perhaps we just need a simpler document.
Just looking around, if we have any comments. Chris, do you have anything to say?
I think not really much to add. I think between Justin and Henriette, we've got a very clear overview of this. And as you say, the process has moved very much to member states now. So I think Henriette's point about the need to engage member states, particularly those who have experience in the IGF and in some of these multi-stakeholder processes, is a very important one. I do think that the working group strategy is probably a useful space for us to look at how IGF can effectively engage around the Summit of the Future. I think it now seems like there probably will be some further discussion of the GDC even going up into that summit in September, and I think ITU is planning a side event there, this SDG Digital event, which is taking place 21st September. So there are some significant side events, and it would be good to coordinate some presence for IGF at an institutional form in those discussions, and to really make the case for multi-stakeholder governance processes ourselves. But yeah, no, I'll leave it there, but certainly happy to continue discussions of this in the working group strategy, and also to try and operationalize any sort of inputs the IGF can have at any further points in the process if they come up. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Justin?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, I think what Andrea said was a lot of very valuable advice and feedback and a way forward. And I think it would be really useful if more member states started kind of aligning around that. I do think shortening UN documents seems to always be an uphill climb. They seem to only go in one direction on length. But at least the approach to the UN system, I think, would be helpful. I did want to flag on that there does seem to be a challenge, I think, within some of these discussions around when we talk about the IGF, particularly, what are we talking about? And it seems to engender a debate about internet governance, you know, specifically, instead of the IGF as an institution in that. So whenever a discussion of the IGF comes up, it seems to very much lead into a debate about internet governance, multi-stakeholder versus multilateral, enhanced cooperation, all that kind of stuff. And maybe not always a recognition of what I think many of us see is this broader role of the IGF as a forum within the UN system for multi-stakeholder dialogue on a broad range of digital topics. And so, you know, I think that kind of nuance between, you know, the role of the IGF within this other internet governance debate, and the role of the IGF as a forum within the UN system for multi-stakeholder dialogue seems to be lost a little bit. And then, you know, raising kind of a role for the IGF on a continued dialogue seems to immediately devolve into a debate about multi-stakeholder versus multilateral governance. So that is just a challenge. And I just flag it here because I think it does kind of impact some of the discussion. There's just a much more openness and awareness, or I think there's less baggage or challenges with talking about a follow-up and review mechanism if it's strictly in terms of WSIS. But even if you're talking about some of the other fora within the UN system, like WSIS Forum or AI for Good, or some of these other processes that are happening, they just don't seem to kind of devolve into a specific policy issue. They're recognized, I think, as a broader entity, and that's a challenge for the IGF. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Justin. Chris.
Thank you, Chengetai, and apologies, I realize I'm taking the floor again here. But just, I think Justin's point is a very good one in terms of, you know, how we present the IGF and what we mean by the IGF when we go into these kinds of venues. I think that will always be a challenge. But I think there's also an opportunity for us to do some of our own housekeeping in making sure that we're coordinated on the messages we are delivering and how they're being delivered. And I think we have a very valuable source now in the leadership panel that can help deliver these messages in spaces like that. I think we're not always as well coordinated in that as we might be. So, and not to pick on a very specific instance, but then I will pick a very specific instance. The recent last week's consultation, I think Vint, as the chair of the leadership panel, made a very good intervention, but there was no awareness of that from in the rest of the MAG or the MAG working group, which was discussing whether we should engage there. And I don't think there's any recorded version of what Vince said on the IGF website or elsewhere. And I mean, one of the concerns we've had about these consultations is the lack of a record of what's been said. So it would be great if, as IGF at least, we could make sure that our own interventions there on behalf of the institution are recorded somewhere, so that we actually have a narrative of what the IGF's participation here has been and how we've intervened there. So yeah, that work that can go on in the working group strategy, but also elsewhere in these institutions. Thanks.
Chris, just to answer before Carol takes over. Yeah, for the leadership panel interventions, we can put those on the website. For the rest, if you send them to us, we can make a record.
Like problems, Alyssa.
Yeah,
that's on. Alyssa.
Thank you. This is Elise Heaver for the record. Yeah, so I'm part of the government stakeholder group from the Netherlands, and since the G77 document has been mentioned here, I do want to also stress to our colleagues here in the MAG and other governments here, please really take a careful look if you've had the opportunity to look at the document, to see what is mentioned about internet governance and about the IGF. The text in Rev 1, there have been some indications from the G77 that they do have a particularly different stance towards internet governance and towards the IGF. And if you're from a civil society or from technical community or any other stakeholder group, try to engage with your government and to explain them what the value is of the IGF, and why it's important that it remains as is, or, well, obviously with some positive changes, maybe some more budget. But I kind of sometimes feel that some people that are negotiating in New York have been fed different information and haven't been fed the information that we here collectively have together. So use all your powers, your network, and really try to reach out to those people that are negotiating in New York. It's different than those are here at the tables. Thanks.
It's because of the budget cuts.
Okay, we'll move on to WSIS and Roz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if we're having a formal presentation first. Happy to make my intervention after. Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, fantastic. So as it's my first intervention here today, my name's Roz Kenny-Birch. I'm an observer from the UK government, so really welcome the opportunity to be included in the open consultations today. It was useful to hear details on the current state of preparation from Saudi Arabia today, so a thanks also go to the host country for their continued efforts and for the valuable discussion from MAG members on this today. This discussion has exemplified that this week the MAG has quite a wide-ranging agenda, from discussing core events like Net Mundial +10 and ongoing processes such as the Global Digital Compact to IGF session selection. So today offers us an opportunity to step back and ask ourselves, what is our overarching objective for this week? And what are our objectives for this year's IGF? Well, firstly, to make a real impact on ongoing processes at the UN, the Global Digital Compact, and the WSIS +20 review process. How can the MAG contribute, not just on textual edits, but by working strategically with other multi-stakeholder bodies to promote shared messages? A strategic meeting between ICANN, the IGF, and the IETF could be convened in this regard to develop an engagement roadmap from the end of the GDC on to WSIS plus 20. Secondly, to not just challenge multilateral processes, but challenge ourselves. The Net Mundial plus 10 Sao Paulo guidelines offered an exemplary framework for multi-stakeholder inclusion in internet governance processes. While useful in the multilateral space, we need to also take a critical look at how we implement these best practice guidelines in multi-stakeholder spaces like the IGF and in bodies such as ICANN. Let's dare to challenge ourselves to examine where we can promote further participation, accessibility, and transparency in multi-stakeholder processes. How can we encourage and inform new participants about the selection process to join the MAG? How can we promote participation from beyond MAG members in working groups such as IGF Strategy and the key policy networks, dynamic coalitions, and best practice forums that, as we have discussed today, are at the heart of the IGF? This is not to say work to build more inclusive multi-stakeholder processes isn't ongoing. The IGF Secretariat has done some excellent work on developing resources to support first-time session proposers. But for the second half of 2024 and 2025, as we look towards WSIS plus 20, we need to up the ante. Thirdly, to encourage diverse global participation in the UN IGF, especially looking ahead towards WSIS. Next year, it will be more important than ever to ensure national and regional initiatives directly feed into the annual global IGF. We need to think creatively and boldly about how we might achieve this. Could the MAG consider a roadshow to promote the global IGF in different regions? Could the IGF host a virtual NRI symposium in the lead up to the IGF? These ideas will depend on resources. But if we at least start to think more radically about strengthening multi-stakeholder spaces such as this, we will be in a good position to lead the debate on the internet we want at the WSIS review in 2025. All of the objectives I've outlined today trace back to the same core objective, demonstrating what the multi-stakeholder model has and can achieve, and that this model welcomes participation from all stakeholders across the globe. The UK looks forward to contributing over the course of this meeting to support that aim. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis?
Thank you. I'll just say a few things about the WSIS plus 20 overall review process. As we just spoke, the focus is on the GDC now, and it's also the instruction from our high-level management of USG not to start doing anything about WSIS plus 20. But some of you may know UNDESA was the Secretariat Department for the WSIS plus 10. And the expectation is we will also be the Secretariat for the WSIS plus 20 and support the GA in the overall review. And as you know, WSIS plus 20 review is also about the work of UN Group on Information Society, WSIS Action Lines, CSTD annual reports, WSIS Forum organized by ITU. There is a partnership on measuring ICT for development, which tries to come up with indicators to measure SDG progress, enhanced cooperation, and of course, IGF. All these mechanisms will be reviewed during the WSIS plus 20. The resolution 7125, which is also the WSIS plus 10 outcome document, requests the GA to hold a high-level meeting in 2025 involving the input and participation of all stakeholders. The same document also highlights a number of challenges and opportunities from the previous review and suggests to require a longer-term consultations. In 2015, it was only 6 months. So, the outcome document also recommends that the outcome of the high-level meeting to be considered as an input into the review process for the 23rd Agenda for Sustainable Development. Some milestones from our side that we are considering in consultation with Executive Office of Secretary General. We will convene an ad hoc WSIS Plus 20 steering committee at the principals or deputies level in order to ensure full coordination of the UN system and stakeholders. This is starting October 2024. I am still not sure if there is a need for modalities resolution for the upcoming GA because the WSIS Plus 10 outcome document is pretty clear about that it has to be a high-level meeting. But this is something that we are discussing right now with the General Assembly. We will also support the President of the next General Assembly in appointing 2 co-facilitators for the WSIS Plus 20. This will obviously take place early next year. And then there'll be a call for written inputs and submissions January 2025, June 2025. And then, like last time, a non-paper will be issued by the Office of the PGA, supported by DESA, inviting public comments. This is July 2025. And then informals, July to November 2025. Again, this will be a whole of the UN system effort and will be multilateral and multi-stakeholder. So, as you may have read in the USG speech, we are fully committed to work closely with all stakeholder groups, including all UN agencies. Yeah, this is so far the plans from our side, but again, we are waiting for the GDC to be completed before taking any concrete action. Back to you.
Is that an old hand or you want to say? Okay, Henriette, old hand? No? New hand? Go ahead.
And
Okay.
thanks very much. So I'm making this contribution on behalf of the Association for Progressive Communications. We have more than 100 members in 74 countries. And for us, WSIS is very significant because we were very actively involved in the WSIS process. So we'll submit this in writing, but I'll just run through it. We feel it's very important that the IGF plays a key role. We want to congratulate Switzerland for excellent chairing of a very successful WSIS forum, and also the action line facilitators to ITU, UNESCO, CSTD, the other organizations involved in WSIS. I think this year's WSIS forum, the high-level meeting, was very successful. But we think the IGF needs to play a role for 2 reasons, because it's the IGF, it's our biggest multi-stakeholder platform, but also because most of the activities thus far are focused on the Geneva Plan of Action rather than on the Tunis agenda. So what we propose is that the IGF organizes a briefing at this year's IGF, but that briefing is prepared in advance with materials that can be shared with national and regional IGF initiatives, so that as they convene, because they're already in process, they have some material building on what Denise has just shared, but other information as well. UNESCO, for example, also has activities, so that we can share information around the world, around the IGF community, on what the process is and how they can participate. Then I think there needs to be a substantial discussion. So APC is actually already into preparation on this and developing our own comments on WSIS. But there needs to be a session at the IGF in Saudi Arabia, so that IGF output on WSIS Plus 20 can find their way into the IGF messages, and then through member states, but also through other means into the WSIS, the eventual negotiations and the work done by the co-facilitators. We also think it would be useful to identify some kind of IGF WSIS Plus 20 track. And I don't mean there's a track like in the parliamentary track, but just identify, are there open forums? Are there workshops at this year's IGF that address WSIS plus 20, so that we can then capture that in the messages and highlight the discussion taking place in the IGF, particularly at NRIs as well, and compile that as a kind of IGF output on WSIS plus 20. We also think it might be useful to consider launching in Saudi Arabia an IGF WSIS plus 20 consultation. It can be an online consultation. It can follow the format that the IGF used previously for the what became before GDC. Shanghai, remind me, there was that online consultation on a previous document, and Eurodic also does this. Just get input from the IGF community on how they feel the community has done with regard to WSIS plus 20 implementation and follow-up. The DCs, the dynamic coalitions, can be invited also to present their feedback. And then finally, we do think that there's a gap here, that there's a need, and maybe working group strategy can lead this, to talk about what next for the IGF in the context of WSIS plus 20. Because if you look at the discussion for the last 2 years, it's been very focused on the Global Digital Compact. There's been very little content coming out of the IGF community about what they would like to see in that resolution that will come out of the December 2025 meeting on what the new mandate. I think we can rely on that mandate being renewed in one way or another, but I think we need to have an IGF perspective on what changes, what new roles, what developments, what resources we would like to see the General Assembly outlined for the IGF. So my proposal there is that working group strategy perhaps could be asked to work with the MAG and the Secretariat on inviting such contributions and discussions.
Thank you, Henriette. Jorge?
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Just to chime in on this WSIS plus 20 process, to underscore that it's really a key process for the Swiss government. After all, we were hosts of the original WSIS first phase in 2003. And really, WSIS, sometimes it's a bit of a cloudy notion, but it's a very complex and rich architecture of different action lines being performed or being taken over by different UN agencies, which form a system of getting the information society further. So many agencies working together, being coordinated by ANGIS, showcasing their work in the WSIS forum, and really making progress on the ground in making advancements in fulfilling the goals that we set in 2003 and 2005, and where we renewed things in 2015 with WSIS plus 10. So why I'm saying this? Because sometimes we tend in this IGF community just to look to our own field, to the IGF itself. And I think that the IGF has a role to play, the IGF community has an important role to play in putting creative thought on the table on how we can develop this WSIS architecture we built more or less 20 years ago, and which we have been updating during the last years. So I would really like to support any efforts, any structured efforts to get this community thinking creatively on how such a WSIS plus, as this was termed during the high-level event last month in Geneva, how this WSIS plus could look like, really thinking out of the box and thinking about what we have to innovate in order to have a WSIS architecture that is fit for purpose. And if we are able to do this, the IGF will find its place. It's a very important place as one of the central pieces of that WSIS architecture. But if we just think about the IGF in isolation, we might first lose sight of the overall scenario, of the overall reality. And on the other side, if we only focus on the IGF, we might lose also the support from many other stakeholders and many member states that cherish the WSIS architecture, but sometimes they cherish some other parts of the WSIS architecture more than the IGF itself. So maybe we should have this broader outlook when we look into this. Thank you.
Tamia?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a couple of
Thank you, Carol.
reflections on. Sorry, did you call on me, Chair? My apologies. Can I be heard?
Yes, Tamia. Oh, she's speaking. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, there might be a lag. My apologies for that. So I just wanted to share a couple of quick reflections with respect to what was just said about the WSIS Plus 20. And I think I want to support the calls for clarity around the process and what the IGF as an institution and then the IGF as a community can contribute to. And I want to separate perhaps two different processes. One is that is already on the way. A number of UN institutions have already started this already, is the contributions substantively to what has been achieved in the past 20 years on the WSIS outcomes. So what has a certain institution done, what has the community done to contribute to furthering the outcomes of the WSIS. Now, the other process that hasn't started yet will be the drafting itself of the WSIS Plus 20 review resolution in UNGA, for which we are still waiting for, if I understand the process correctly, an UNGA mandate for that process to start. I think the IGF has good input on both accounts. We can start already now thinking about what is it that substantively we can share as an institution, as IGF, and as members of the community to the outcomes and to the implementation of the outcomes of the original WSIS. And then a more process-oriented recommendation that I would have is to be sure that we are taken into consideration when the process itself starts for the drafting of the resolution of the WSIS Plus 20 that will deal with, among others, the IGF's mandate, but also broader conversations on the WSIS architecture and the role of IGF in that, with regards to all the other elements of it, as Jorge just explained. So I think what we can do at the IGF and at the IGF annual meeting is to reflect on what has the IGF achieved in the past 20 years on the WSIS outcomes, but also to make a clear message that any process in drawing up the WSIS Plus 20 resolution and the future of all of this will need to include the multi-stakeholder community. We'll need to create meaningful opportunities for the multi-stakeholder community to intervene, and the IGF should be a vehicle to convey that multi-stakeholder input into the drafting of that decision by next September. So those are just, for me, two separate processes, and I think the IGF should have a role in both.
Okay, thank you, Tamia. We'll have Peter and then Kwesi.
Yeah, this time it's really me. Thank you. Well, I'm the Vice Chair of the Commission on Science and Technology for Development of the UN. And as you may know, the Commission is mandated on visits with the overview of the implementation of the outcomes. Now, as Henriette mentioned, there was an open consultation in the last IGF, which was held by the Secretariat of the CSTD, and there was a follow-up here in Geneva during a UN meeting as well, and I think there were some regional consultations as well. So we have been mandated to do that, and we have been also mandated to produce a report of the 20 years, and it's as it said, it's in process. We are going to discuss the first draft of this report in October during the intersessional meeting of the CSTD here in Geneva, and all meetings are open to accredited NGOs and civil society. So please do come and contribute. It's very important that your contributions will be included in this report, since the first report during the Visits Plus 10 was recognized as one of the bases of the resolution itself. I also have to mention that the CSTD is also producing each year a resolution, a draft resolution for the Economic and Social Council, which is also the basis of the GA resolution. So it's very important that we have as many voices as we can hear. Now, as I'm talking about the resolution, and it has been mentioned by UNDESA, the resolution 70/125, it was an absolutely conservative resolution, which contributed to some kind of misunderstanding. It didn't mention anything about the new technologies, didn't mention about the social media, nothing. So probably it's really time to kind of look ahead and to come up with new ideas which should be included. Now, as for the future, we plan to, CSTD plans to attend the IGF and to contribute very much in line with the Visits Plus 20 negotiations. What I have in mind and what we did during the Visits Plus 10, we invited at the last IGF, I think it was Jean Pessoa in Brazil, the co-facilitators to attend a workshop on the Visits Plus 10 at that time, and we plan to do the same thing, and that would be the last step before the GA is convened. So once again, I would like to encourage you to contribute as much as you can, to have as many ideas to be included in the report of the CSTD that we can do. Thank you.
You want to hear from Kwesi first? Kwesi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kusai Al-Shati, I'm here in my personal capacity. First, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to the government of Saudi Arabia for being the host for the next global IGF, wishing them all the success and looking for a meaningful, successful IGF outcome in its 19th version. In that respect, I'd like to echo the support the comment made by Anarit, and including a kind of an open consultation for the Visits Plus 20, whether in present or online, that we may shape the opinion or the consensus of all stakeholders in the process and in the path for the Visits Plus 20 review. So I would like to echo the comment made by Anarit in that respect, and hoping and looking forward to have a kind of a consultation track or session during the next IGF on the Visits Plus 20 process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Then Jorge. Nope, that's all I had. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to support the idea from Peter bringing the WSIS plus 20 co-facilitators to the IGF in 2025. Just also for your information, the next WSIS forum organized by ITU, it will take place most likely 13th of June here in Geneva. And one other idea, and this is a call for future hosts. What we did in 2015 was we also announced that before the renewal, Mexico will host the 2016. So something like that for the 2026, I think it will send a positive message. So if we can get a host, a volunteer for future IGFs 26, 27, that will definitely help.
Hello. Thank you very much, Tatevi Gregorian, UNESCO. Excuse me, as this is the first time I'm taking the floor, I would like to congratulate the host country and the IGF Secretariat for the progress made in preparation for the IGF, and thank you for the updates that you shared. I do have a slot this afternoon, but as we speak about WSIS, I wanted just to update that this year UNESCO is chairing UN Group on the Information Society in close cooperation with its vice chairs, ITU, UNDP, UNCTAD, and UN-ECLAC. I just wanted to update that this year's UNGIS work plan aims to strengthen interagency cooperation at international, regional, and local levels to achieve several of its goals and initiatives, but I wanted to highlight specifically the aim to build the digital capacities of civil servants for digital policy development. And in this regard, UNESCO, as the lead facilitator of 5 WSIS action lines, will host a dedicated WSIS 2.0 event, a global conference on digital transformation, AI and data, building civil servants' capacities. It will be held from 18th to 20th of February 2025. At our headquarters in Paris, as this conference will foster exchanges, provide insights about the latest AI capacity development tools, and equip policymakers and civil servants with the necessary knowledge to develop effective policies for data governance and usage. And although this will be in the process of the consultations for WSIS, but this will be for mainly civil servants, but we aim to have a multi-stakeholder engagement and dialogue, and I would like to encourage and invite everyone who would be interested to attend this and contribute to the process. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. We don't see any more hands, and it's on to the lunch break.
No, IGF continuous.
Oh, okay.
Movement.
So we're on to item number 3 on the agenda, IGF continuous improvements, what to do in 2024.
Yes. And I just want to say, we've had the session at the IGF, the taking stock session. We've also had it during our first open consultations. We've also had write-ins. So what we're looking for here is anything that's new. Yes.
Hello, I'm an observer participant. I'm Patrick Wheatley, and I'm observer participant with the UK government. Thank you for providing this vital opportunity to discuss how we can collaborate to improve the IGF. The IGF is a critically important, perhaps the most important multi-stakeholder body in the internet governance landscape, and 2024 offers a key opportunity to enhance its work. So we identified two key goals for 2024. First, the IGF must strengthen its commitment to inclusive participation. This can be achieved by encouraging more diverse representation at both international and domestic levels. Globally, the IGF should consider further steps to ensure accessibility for all parts of the global community. In 2024, we can achieve this by promoting a core focus on engagements and strategic collaboration with NRIs. This proposal would build upon the IGF's achievements. A DNS Research Foundation report found that the IGF has made a direct impact on nurturing the next generation of developing country leaders. So we should build on these strong foundations to enhance global participation at the IGF. Domestically, countries should enhance inclusive participation by doing their best to ensure all stakeholders are heard. Governments need to engage more deeply with their stakeholder communities, including national IGFs and respective Internet Society chapters, to address public policy issues transparently. The IGF can facilitate this in 2024 by developing formal links with IGF national, regional, and youth initiatives. By incorporating domestic stakeholder insights, we can strengthen the IGF and encourage more meaningful and inclusive discussions. And the IGF is ideally placed to deliver this goal. The IGF's role as a global knowledge-sharing ecosystem was praised in the DNS Research Foundation report, which I highlighted earlier, for effectively connecting global governance to local realities. Therefore, we should expand upon the IGF's initiatives, such as policy networks, best practice forums, and dynamic coalitions. A second goal for 2024 is to strengthen the IGF's commitment to developing a focused agenda. Clarity fosters consensus, and a focused agenda will enhance inclusion by enabling streamlined participation. In 2024, the IGF has taken steps to reduce the number of participation tracks, which will minimize repetition and make discussions more focused. Clarifying participation routes will allow stakeholders to tailor their contributions more closely to their expertise and interests. The MAG should continue exploring ways to refine the IGF's annual agenda. It might also consider, for certain issues of significant interest, to have an agenda that stretches over 2 UN IGFs and includes intersessional work. This might help facilitate clear conclusions on the IGF views on that issue. So, in short, the IGF provides an excellent platform for collaboration to strengthen and showcase the achievements of multi-stakeholder internet governance. The two suggestions offered today are practical steps the IGF should take in 2024 to improve. These measures aim to build on the IGF's accomplishments and enhance its role as a critical space for all stakeholders to discuss public policy issues related to internet governance on an equal footing. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruna, I recognize your hand. Just give me a sec. I think we've heard here a couple of times, how do we engage stakeholders that are present but not voicing? We keep asking the question, but I'm not hearing any action. So we heard it again. How can we further engage the local realities? So we hear multi-stakeholder. You have your communities. So I think some of you are probably being very successful engaging governments, businesses. So let's hear from you how you do it, as opposed to just keep saying we need to engage more. So how do we make that actionable instead of just saying it all the time? Bruna?
Thank you, Carol. I was going to intervene on something else, but maybe just replying to your initial question right now. I think this request has been put forward a couple of times, right? That the host country engaged.
Clearly,
perhaps separately or perhaps, I don't know, proactively with communities just to hear a little bit of their concerns and really questions about the forum every year, right? For each of the realities in each of the countries we go to, you have new questions either about culture or about, you know, what are the nice restaurants or things to do. So perhaps it's a good initiative that some of our host countries and incoming host countries could proactively host, I don't know, open forums or conversations with the communities to hear their concerns and have a dedicated channel for complaints, questions, and, you know, anything new. We also hear about that this year, right? Our host is somehow envisaging doing a dedicated moment at the Summit of the Future to engage with stakeholders. That might be another good idea of perhaps hosting a side event here and there, other than the obvious ideas that we have everywhere. But it's, again, it's key that we engage with the not just the ones that historically have had lesser of a presence at the IGF, but also the ones that might be presented with more harms or, I don't know, pain points in trying to attend the IGF. And that can come either from the diversity of the group, but also talks about funding and so on. So just adding that to the batch. In terms of what's new for this year, I think we have had a lot of interesting suggestions in the room about the need to focus a little bit more on WASIS Plus 20 and secure a slot for what's going to be the outcome of the Summit of the Future and GDC negotiations. So just adding a +1 on that.
So, all right, guys. So, shall we move for the definition of confirmation of Venus, like they mentioned in Geneva and June?
Anybody else? Anybody else to comment? Thanks, Bruno. Break. You're going to, oh, go ahead. All right, Andrea.
Carol, but you are tempting me to be very action-oriented. I think we heard Peter Major talked about the CSTD report. How many NRIs are currently sending contributions to those CSTD reports? I don't think many, actually. Maybe some, maybe Eurodec. That could be one thing. You know, the IGF Secretariat already does such a brilliant job at facilitating and liaising with NRIs. So even that one concrete thing of getting an input from NRIs, creating a simple framework, gathering it, packaging it as an IGF output, but also sending it into the CSDD report. I think just that one thing. I mean, we have our other suggestions as well, but I think that is one thing that's new.
I agree. I agree. So
No,
we'll work
now
on
I can
that.
see APC correctly now.
Okay. So we will take a break, lunch break from 1 to 3. Good. Okay. Good. No.
Back will be at 2.
Pardon?
Yeah, back will be 2.
Sure. They're very hard.
Sorry, one more.
Sorry, one final comment to everyone who's in the group of the Internet We Want. So those who did the evaluations, I'd like to get together in this room at 2:30 to finalize which proposals we'll select. So please be here.
A quick minute, Chris.
And Celine, did you want to say something about the list of proposals, or you've sent an email? Yeah, if they send, the sooner they send it, the better. So if you just remind them.
Yeah. Okay. Give Chris 1 30 seconds. It's still not on, Chris. Okay, now.
Okay, right. Sorry, it was a very brief one, and perhaps Celine can help actually with it as well. Just, we've had a few questions. We have at 3 p.m. on the agenda today, intersessional event. And I know there are some people here who are planning that, but it might be useful just to give us a very quick preview of what to expect from that 90-minute session. Thanks.
Celine or Anja?
Thanks all.
Marcus?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Marcus is here.
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, if you look at the agenda, it may not be that clear, but it came out of the discussion. By the way, it's Marcus Kummer speaking, the co-facilitator of the DC coordination group, and it came out of the DC coordination group. Last year, we had also such an event where we focused on activities of the DCs. This year, we took a slightly different approach, and we include all the other elements of intersessional activities, and we look how we could contribute to the 4 themes the MAG has chosen, the big overall themes, and there will also be an overall presentation of all the components of intersessional activities. I hope that answers your question, and be here at 3 o'clock, please. Thank you.
Celine?
This is just, so thank you, Jengata, for reminding. Perhaps all those MAG working groups who are evaluating the workshops can send us, so to me directly, the list of proposed selected workshops under each sub-theme. Thank you very much.
It's okay. Adjourned.
Oh. My new toy.
Adjourned. Meeting adjourned.
on all the intersessional work. Over to you, Celine.
Thank you very much, Marcus. So I'm not going to take too much of the time because we really wanted to actually give the floor to representatives of the intersessional work in general. But we're thinking of really providing you from the Secretariat a kind of like overview of all the IGF intersessional work that we're actually having. We're very often referring to intersessional work, and we're really thinking of providing you some very concrete examples of what it actually means, what they are doing. And then later on, we're going to give the floor to various representatives under each of the 4 IGF 2024 sub-themes. Good. So we conducted actually a very, very short survey to get to know a little bit more about the overall work of dynamic coalitions, policy networks, best practice forums, and also NRIs. We've received a lot of responses from dynamic coalitions. Lately, we've had actually 32 of these dynamic coalitions, and all of them are still active. Active means that they are providing an annual report and that they conduct activities throughout the year. So from these 32 dynamic coalitions, 20 replied to the survey. We're still, continuing on gathering the information. But from these 20, we have over 1,500 members, actually. What does it mean? It means that we have a network that is really spread throughout the world, throughout each stakeholder group. And here you can see that the representation starts actually with civil society being really the strongest representation in dynamic coalitions. This includes also academia, then followed by the technical community. And then we do have in most of the dynamic coalitions also governments and private sector representatives. Then moving forward to the policy networks and best practice forums. I mean, these are 2 streams that you know very well because the MAG is also participating in these and also making the proposals. We asked the consultants kindly to provide more information on them. And currently in the 4 work streams of these policy networks and best practice forums, we do have over 180 members. Of course, some are active in several, but it means that, you have 180 members being active in these 4 groups. Representation is as follows: civil society, technical community, and then governments and representatives also active in these policy networks and best practice forums. Good. And when it comes to the NRIs, of course, we have 170 of them. So that's a larger exercise to do to collect data through our survey. But the membership, as you can imagine, varies because we do have national ones, we do have sub-regional ones and regional ones. So the size and the scope in general varies a lot. Representation of all stakeholder groups is really well represented, of course, in all the NRIs, just by the nature of the IGF. And now, actually, we wanted to provide some spotlights, just a few of the various NRIs and dynamic coalitions too that we're actually having. So Eurodig, as you know, some of you already attended Eurodig this year, took place from the 17th to the 19th of June in Vilnius. Shortly after, we actually had the Central Asian IGF. This was a very successful event with over 250 participants on site. We really had a good backup from the Uzbek ministry with a ICT minister also providing some opening remarks. So this is actually a really good example of how, an NRI, a very active NRI, is also engaging at a different level, namely the Central Asian sub-regional IGF. So the presentation will be shared. You're going to have access to the various links, and I really encourage you to actually explore also some other NRIs that we're having. And then also something that I quickly wanted to share is the upcoming West African IGF that is going to take place in Dakar this year from the 10th to the 12th with the topic of disruptive technologies. And this is also a very nice example of the intersessional work actually really working together, because we do have now some parliamentary track activities there. We do have some DCs implicated. We do have, of course, also some other participants outside of West Africa also attending. So this is also a very nice example of what the IGF and the community is actually doing. Good. Now coming to the dynamic coalition. So this is a point that I'm going to mention later. I think it would really be beneficial for you to also explore all the various intersessional work that we're having and also the list of dynamic coalitions. We do have at least 6 new dynamic coalitions within the past year. One of them is, for example, Measuring Digital Inclusion, which is actually led by UNESCO and has also a network of several hundreds of various stakeholders that might actually be beneficial when curating the program for the IGF 2024, because you can really tap into the network of experts that they do have. Next is, I can't move my slide. Yes. Next is also a very interesting new dynamic coalition that we have, and it is on the interplanetary internet. This is backed by a lot of governments because we do have representatives from NASA, from ESA, and also from JAXA, so the Japanese space agency, together with academia and also the technical community. So this is another very interesting dynamic coalition that is worth exploring also on our website. They do have a very nice introductory presentation. And now moving on to one of the other spotlights that we wanted to mention is, for example, the Dynamic Coalition on Sustainability of Journalism and News Media. We're going to share a little bit more information later on. Unfortunately, these representatives weren't able to join the call, so this is the reason why we wanted to highlight these. But it comes actually, before I give the floor to all other representatives, a nice opportunity to really explore the IGF intersessional work, especially now while you're curating the IGF 2024 program. So the reports of current and past policy networks and best practice forums are available on our website. You can connect with national, sub-regional, regional, and also youth IGF initiatives. And last but not least, please visit the pages of the IGF Dynamic Coalitions, and you would always find coordinators on each of the dynamic coalitions that you can reach out to in case you're interested in the theme, in case you would like to connect with experts or speakers or whatsoever. So this is something else that Marcus will also reiterate later on, is that the IGF intersessional work really stands ready to support with the preparation of the IGF 2024. So I'll leave it to that, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Celine, for this comprehensive introduction into the wealth of all the intersessional work that is going on between the sessions, the annual sessions. Now, let us turn to the first theme, improving digital governance for the internet we want. We have 2 representatives of NRIs, 1 dynamic coalition, and the policy network to speak on these issues. The first one is representative of the France IGF, Lucien Castex. Lucien, please, you have the floor. Isn't Lucien on the call? Then I pass it on. I saw Tijani, his face was already on the call, he's visible. So please, Tijani, you take over from the North African IGF.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you all for inviting me. So, improving digital governance for the internet we want. What is the internet we want? It is a unique internet with no internet. I can
see him, but...
Do you see me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I continue. Okay, so the internet we want is a unique internet with no internet fragmentation that could make us enable to have all internet services on the same network. It is a secure internet with the whole network secured using the best and up-to-date technical tools such as DNSSEC. It is a stable internet with no traffic perturbation caused by DNS abuse, such as spams, malware, botnets, phishing, farming, etc. And finally, it is a trusted internet without surveillance from any party, should they be governments, national or foreign, or any other party, and without illegitimate use of the internet data, of the user's data, excuse me. We work on all the 4 mentioned points, but we especially focus on the last one, trusted internet. That is mostly about data governance. And that is today the most important concern of all internet users especially with the artificial intelligence solutions, which credibility depends mainly on the availability and the quality of the used data. Today, we hear people speaking about data protection, data security, data governance, data sovereignty, etc. There is a big fear and almost no trust on the system used, especially with the experience of Cambridge Analytica and the other revealed surveillance programs. Please don't think that those mentioned are only people who are surveilling us. All others who have the power to access our data from any country are doing the same. The difference is that they are not known. In my opinion, we should all analyze best practice forums, policy networks, dynamic coalitions. We should all work diligently for a fair data governance, respecting privacy and preventing malicious use of users' data through the establishment of binding international laws or treaties that prevent governments and companies to first illegitimately collect users' data and then use them for political, financial, or other kind of interest. And that define an agreed on framework for the use of artificial intelligence for the global public interest only. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tijani, for this contribution. And is Lucien on the call? Can we identify him? Doesn't seem to be the case. In that case, can we go to the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values? Olivier, are you on the call?
I definitely am, Marcus. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, he is. Please, Olivier.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. So I'm the chair of the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values. We have, I think, presented to the MAG in the past, but our work effectively centers on the values on which the internet was developed. So we're looking at things like the internet being global. It's a global medium open to all, regardless of geography, nationality. It's interoperable as it's a network of networks. So the interoperability of each computer system with other computer systems has to happen. As a network of networks, it's open, it's decentralized. Until I would say a few years ago, it was purely end-to-end. So application-specific features resided completely at the edge of the internet in the end user's hands. And it was, as a result, completely user-centric. And also, the whole point of the internet was it is robust and reliable. We've seen it in so many years. We started our work in 2009 to define these values, and you might have seen other work that was performed by other organizations calling these the internet invariants as well. And then it also transformed in some way, and with others working into the internet we want. What constitutes the internet we want tomorrow? What constitutes the internet we have today? These are the core internet values, and then what we want tomorrow. And so we've contributed to quite some extent to the input and the work recently in the internet we want, in the sessions that we've had, etc. We've also looked at how these values might change over time. A few years ago, we also introduced the concept of safety, because in the early days of the internet, when it was all devised originally, pretty much everyone knew everyone else. But as the internet grew, it certainly brought some people that nobody knew, and therefore the evolution of the internet with this concept of freedom from harm was something that we've added to the core internet values. I think we agreed on that a number of years ago, and we are now looking at a couple of things in parallel. First, we've worked for quite some time with the Dynamic Coalition on IoT, Internet of Things, because in Internet of Things there is internet, and they've worked extremely well for a number of good practice scenarios. And this year, they have been focusing on IoT and sustainability. And now we're also coming into this question as to, well, should sustainability of the internet be also a core internet value? Should we look at that? We've actually worked on well, recently at the Eurodic, I intervened in the DC IoT session as a sort of joint work with them, and we're going to follow on with that to find out if we should have some more internet values around sustainability. The other interest at the moment is about AI. And so the question has been formulated in the group with all of this flurry, these new things going on about artificial intelligence. What is the governance that there is around AI these days? And could the governance of artificial intelligence learn from the governments in the digital space of the internet that we've had so far? Are there core AI values? And that's what we are thinking about. And for this, in fact, we will be working on something that will emerge onto a session, hopefully at the forthcoming IGF, with people from the policy network on AI as well, also joining us in order to join force. So you can see there's some collaboration, cross collaboration between intersessional groups and intersessional work that goes across the different groups together. I think that's enough. That's what we've been up to, and the work goes on. And whoever is after me is mute, or I can't hear anyone.
It's actually the room that is muted. Perhaps you can speak into that microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me? Does that work from here? Thank you, Olivier. Yes, dynamic coalition of core internet values have been going, as far as I remember, for more than 15 years now and produced valuable work. And now the next speaker will be on a policy network on internet fragmentation. That is Bruna. Would you please intervene?
Thanks. Hi, everyone, again. Just very briefly on the policy network on internet fragmentation. Just wanted to mention that we kicked off the work for the year, right, last week. We've hosted a webinar with around 40 people, where we kind of laid out what would be the goals for the work this year, what would be the priority point, and how do we move forward the framework for the PNIF. Framework. On the WSIS plus 20/review to input in broader governance processes, there was support for, yeah. Okay. No, okay, thanks. No, just coming back then. Two tracks, one on WSIS and governance processes, and a second one that would be an inventory of fragmentation examples. On WSIS plus 20, we've agreed on moving forward with a possible input to the review as part of an effort to support an unfragmented and inclusive approach to relevant internet governance process, and also a word of support for the multi-stakeholder model. And on what we're calling an inventory, it would be really a discussion on internet fragmentation, providing positive examples of an open internet and examples of negative actions that could result in fragmentation of the space. The work last year already highlights some of those examples, but we really just want to showcase them a little bit further. And I do believe they're going to contribute to both the discussions only in this, like exclusively on this track, but also to the broader IGF program this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we go now to don't worry, we'll have plenty of time for discussion right at the end of the presentation. But right now we have a presenter who has only a small window. So we go straight to the next group, and that's enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability. And there we have a dynamic coalition on the sustainability of journalism and news media. And there's Waqas Nain. He's on the call, and you have the floor now. Please, Waqas.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Excellent. I think some of my comments will also overlap with some of the other IGF sub-themes, and especially in connection with the comments that Olivier just made regarding AI. So the dynamic coalition on the sustainability of journalism and news media mostly works at looking at the intersection of internet governance and how it can help for the business viability of public interest media. We're interested in how digital policies are being formed that can supply new and alternative revenue models for public interest media around the world. Apart from our regular work, we also work on a thematic report each year. This report usually compiles the contributions and empirical evidence from our members. This year's a thematic report is focused on AI and journalism. And again, it will not be a surprise for many because of the advances and developments that we have seen regarding AI over the past year and a half. We've noticed that there's a lot of interest regarding this topic in our subsectors of the news media and media development, which form an important segment of our DC's membership. Specifically, we are interested in looking at the development of AI policies, AI governance, and its use from a media development perspective, from a perspective of how it might affect journalism. And so we are in the process of developing this annual report. It will be ready by the end of the year, by December, before the IGF event. But we've already had a round of a call for proposals for our membership internally, and we've selected some very interesting abstracts and case study ideas. So I'll briefly touch upon that. The findings or outcomes that we expect from this report will include findings from a large-scale perception survey of journalists on how they are using AI tools and technologies around the world and what the challenges and issues they see from it. We'll also have some case studies from news media organizations that are based in the MENA and Africa region who have tried to, again, use AI tools in their newsrooms and have experiences to share. And finally, in the findings and outcomes that we hope to share through this report, we'll also have some focus on Asia, where there have been many elections this year, in which we've noticed the use of AI content and its effects on local media freedoms and the freedom of expression. So in this way, I feel our thematic report this year can contribute to this particular sub-theme in terms of exploring how the development of digital policies, especially AI policies, can also contribute to media development and vice versa, but also in connection with the next sub-theme, especially looking at the inclusion of fundamental freedoms, especially freedom of expression principles, again in the development of ethical policies around AI governance and its use. We also do a lot of work on basically exploring alternative revenue models for media through digital policies and through digital governance. On this, our membership has been very active in the past few years, focusing on looking at the use of news bargaining codes, and other digital policies. And last year, we also started facilitating engagement between our members and national regulators in different countries. These are media regulators, but they are also being increasingly given the responsibility of regulating the cyberspace or content regulation in their respective countries. And we felt that there was an important intersection there to think about public interest media and freedom of expression principles. So I'll stop here, but thank you so much for this opportunity. And I hope that we can also touch base with other dynamic coalitions that are also working on AI so that we can perhaps find opportunities to collaborate and linkages where we can bring our diverse perspectives to the same issue and topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this contribution. And one comment you made is obviously applies to all the dynamic coalitions. It's very difficult to put you just under one theme, and so many of them could contribute to more than just one theme. Now we have also another dynamic coalition that will be contributing to two particular themes. Here is the Internet Standard Security and Safety Coalition, by its acronym IS3C, and we have Wouter Natris. Please, over to you, Wouter. Are you ready?
Yes, and thank you, Marcus, and welcome to everybody. And sorry that I cannot be at the meeting this time, in person at least, but I'm here online. So I think that the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standard Security and Safety, or IS3C, as Marcus introduced us, has one main goal. And that is making online activity and interaction more secure and safer by achieving more widespread and rapid deployment of existing security-related internet standards and ICT best practices. In the past 2 years, we've presented reports comparing and rating national Internet of Things policies at the global level, pointing to the huge gap between the demand made on knowledge in tertiary cybersecurity education curricula by industry and the knowledge and skills taught in those educational institutions, and in which we worked closely with youth diggers of the year 2022. We showed in how far governments and industry use their economic buying power to procure their ICT secure by design. And we've presented a tool how they can do so by presenting the most urgent internet standards to them. And finally, we have collaborated in a to-be-published UN report on data governance. But why is the topic of internet standards deployment so important? The internet is the basis our world runs on nowadays. We work, buy, rest and play, and to slightly paraphrase an ad for a candy bar, some of you may remember. But what is the internet and what makes it work? And I'm going to paraphrase Olivier's presentation a little bit as well. Many organizations and governments point to the necessity to protect the public core of the internet. But what is that core? You may think it's cables and routers and submarine cables and servers and server locations and whatnot. And you are right. But it is also a set of software. Software that runs behind this system that nobody notices really is there, but it would be impossible to connect without the internet protocol, without the domain name system, without a routing protocol, without an email protocol, etc., etc., etc. These are the internet standards that this coalition is discussing. Without them, the internet does not function. Without them, we cannot do anything on the internet. And these standards have one thing in common. They were all created well before the masses came online, without the necessity of security. And although we have to marvel at the robustness of these standards, they need to be updated or patched. If we talk about a Microsoft update, we patch our laptops, our computers. The technical community has provided these updates in the past decades in the form of new standards, but numbers, however, show that the patching by industry is quite slow. It's here that the sub-themes of the internet, of the IGF come into view. We hear of attacks, of loss of data, of cyber espionage, of ransomware, etc., on a daily basis. This is not only a threat to innovation, but also to peace and development. And why is this? Many of the attacks are enabled by the flaws in the old pre-1994 internet standards, and risks that can be avoided easily by patching the old with the new. So let me give just one example. Why have most banks not deployed the new DNS standard called DNS security extensions? And why do banks not put pressure on ISPs to deploy anti-spoofing measures? Both would make the life of fishers and fishing expeditions a lot harder, and at the same time their customers would be protected a lot more from these phishing attacks. But it does not happen. Talking about the balance of risks, this risk has to become more balanced by moving away from the end user responsibility to a shared responsibility of A, sensible use by the end user, and B, provide secure by design ICTs. And whether they be services, whether they be devices, whether they be software, websites, applications, etc. This is what IS3C's experts work at, to promote widespread deployment of set standards and best practices, and to make sure that the balance of the risks are balanced between the two. I will come back to peace a little later in this meeting. Thank you for the opportunity, Marcus.
Thank you. Thank you, Wout. Now we go to the next theme, that is harnessing innovation and balancing risks in the digital space. And the first speaker will be Amrita Choudhury. She speaks for the Policy Network on Artificial Intelligence. Amrita, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Marcus. And I would be presenting on the Policy Network on AI. We are fairly young. We are just 2 years old. We started after the Ethiopian IGF. So the Policy Network on AI is an open platform where anyone can come and participate and contribute. And the focus is primarily on AI and related aspects of data governance, with a lens for the developing country and especially non-Latinate languages. And it is to bring the multi-stakeholder community together for discussions and to create synergies and inputs which can feed into the global AI policy dialogue. So in the first year of starting, it worked on 3 tracks, which was global interoperability of AI governance, AI and gender, race, environment and AI. And the reports of 2023 could actually be looked at the website. And this year, the PNAI is actually focusing on 4 subgroups. One is on environmental sustainability and the AI value chain. The second is AI governance, interoperability, and good practices. The third is on labor issues within AI's life cycle. And the fourth is on liability as a mechanism for ensuring AI accountability. As I mentioned, there are 4 subgroups which are working on it. Currently, what the subgroups are doing is gathering more information and best practices within the community. And then the idea, we have a time frame which we could share later because we have limited time to present here. And then we would be calling on experts and having open discussions to seek comments from the community. However, the monthly calls of PNAI is open to all. And what we would like to see is more of the dynamic coalitions, the NRIs, come in and share their views or even the inputs. For example, the working documents of the subgroups could also be shared for those who are interested, and you can share the best practices which you have come across or anything which you feel is important to comment on. While this is a bit more than what the topic is which Marcus shared, but we would encourage everyone, including the MAG members and others, to look at it and comment on it. Incidentally, the PNAI actually made a submission to the high-level advisory body on AI, and they also plan to make similar submissions to other discussions. I will end it here, Marcus. If there are any questions, happy to take them.
Thank you, Amrita, and your plea was well heard that you ask for more collaboration among the various components of the intersessional work, and that's precisely the purpose of this very session. And I have to apologize, we left out one speaker for the previous item, but these items are very closely related. So on the enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development and sustainability, we also had the BPF on cybersecurity, and we have Karina and Octavia here in the room. I think Karina will present, but Octavia will be also ready for questions for the Q&A afterwards. Please, Karina, again, my apologies.
Okay. Thank you, Karina Virarda, MAC member, for the records. And hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the floor. As we presented during the first open consultation, we have established 4 working groups. But after several meetings with Joseph Melissa, me, Octavia Jones, Harini Yombombana, Adriana Miomponona, former MAC member, Dino Delaccio, MAC member, and our consultant, Win Digisel. During the recent kickoff meeting, the BPF outlined in 2 strategic areas for these years, and the number 1 is analyze the overlaps and duplication of cybersecurity capacity initiatives, as well as efforts to map or catalog these initiatives, with the aim to exploring the possible role of the BPF. As a comment, we'd like to add that the BPF security capacity building can be considered a new BPF because between 2018 and 2023, the BPF cybersecurity focused on the development, value, and application of cybersecurity norms and agreements, a completely different topic. And number 2, strengthening capability to understand the risk, threats, and opportunity in cybersecurity arising from the new technology such as artificial intelligence and quantum computing. We cordially extended the invitation to participate in the cybersecurity BPF. We have shared the subscription links in the meeting chat. Thank you, Octavia. And we appreciate the opportunity to present our work. And thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Karina. And now we go back to the other sub-theme, harnessing innovation and balancing risks in the digital space. And we have once again Wout, who speaks on behalf of the AS3C. And as you already had the opportunity to present your dynamic coalition, I call on you to be concise, short, and snappy. Please, Wout, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. I can leave out a lot, as you're saying. But to give a very short recap, my previous intervention, I pointed to the public core of the internet and the standards that are the software part of that core and the need to balance the risk between end user and ICT industry. Now I will point to how the deployment of internet standards can contribute to peace and development. To start with the latter, our research into education and skills in cybersecurity training has revealed that there's not only a skills gap, both in hard and soft skills, but also a gender gap, and of not enough youths that are interested in a career in cybersecurity. So slowly but surely also an age gap. So the outcomes, perhaps surprisingly, are more or less identical across the globe, despite having different challenges at the beginning of education. The outcomes are identical. Our team, led by Janice Richardson, has suggested to form a sort of task force, which we call the hub, under the IGF. But at this point, this proves a bit a bridge too far. But where else can we bring these very different stakeholders together and create a neutral ground for them to work together at an equal level? That could be the IGF. This is food for thought if the IGF wants to make itself more relevant in the coming years. So our plan is there, but the funding, however, is not. As I already mentioned, the public core of the internet is abused and attacked every day. This not only endangers development, but also peace. Cyberspace is used for all sort of gray area attacks. You will know examples of these yourself. By closing many of these attack vectors, that is the flaws in the domain name system, in the routing and the email protocols I already mentioned, but also by demanding better developed software, deploying IoT security standards in connected devices, by securing websites, etc., etc., prevents not only loss of data, which may hamper innovation, but also stop spying in on meetings and a lot more. This is not a silver bullet, don't get me wrong. What it is an inverse shot of hail. The shot of hail the attackers usually use in the hope one of the little bullets sticks and the hole and the flaw is found. This closes these holes. Buying secure by design is the best option forward, and IS3C is promoting it. Who need to be convinced to deploy or procure secure by design? These are the decision takers in organizations. They need to be convinced of the necessity to deploy internet standards or to buy secure ICTs by design. Looking at deployment numbers, the current arguments they use are not overly successful. So here is our tool and our product for this year. IS3C's next tool will be an alternative set of arguments technicians can use to convince their bosses to actually deploy these standards or to buy with these standards on board. A more secure and safer internet should be the internet we want. And here I point to Tijani, who said the same. So our work ties in here as well. A more secure and safer internet will sustain peace and development. We had hoped to do more in 2024, turning our recommendations into actions, into training curricula for educators, for procurement officers, etc. However, it proves too hard to find the funding to hire our experts, to pay for the support and the coordination. Our common future depends on the development of a more secure and safer internet for all its users, to cyber educate our youth and people willing to change in mid-career to become our digital soldiers, as that is what people working in cybersecurity are, and the world has to start realizing this. To achieve our goals, IS3C needs active help in several ways. Not just financial. We need to cooperate more. If we receive this, the output will make the IGF a place people come to for guidance, for coordination, and for strong policy recommendations all organizations in the world can work with to secure themselves, their environment, and countries. So that we should start working together to get the internet that we want. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you for that. And with that, we come to the last theme defined by the MAG, that is advancing human rights and inclusion in the digital age. And the first speaker will be a representative of the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, known as DCAD. And there we have to say DCAD is one of the oldest, if not the oldest dynamic coalition, and they have been very active throughout the lifespan of the IGF, and the guidelines on accessibility the IGF Secretariat uses to make the meetings accessible have been developed by the DCAD, and it is a living document that is regularly being updated. And the speaker we have is participating remotely, and he has also been a regular at our meetings. Muhammad Shabir, please, you have the floor. Over to you, Muhammad.
Very much, Marcus. Talking about the human rights, advancing human rights in the digital age, humans are the core factor in this theme. And talking about people with disability, the work of the mandate of the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability is quite advanced. And I am thankful to Marcus for a beautiful introduction of our Dynamic Coalition. Ladies and gentlemen, according to varying states, about 15% of world's population comprises of people with disabilities. How many of them are contributing in these discussions as the representative of people with disabilities? We, Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, have about 150 members. And our membership is not restricted to people with disabilities. So you would have a good idea of how people with disabilities, how less people with disabilities are contributing in these discussions. And keeping in view the number of and the huge number of them in the world, we need not to say and emphasize the role of their contributions in these discussions. The Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, since its inception, have been doing a lot to make these meetings accessible. But sometimes it seems one step forward, two steps backwards. I won't go into those kind of discussions here, but I can certainly expand on this statement. I say this very responsibly and expand on it if there is a question on that. The Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability have been doing a lot of work in terms of bringing the voice of people with disabilities into different IGF discussions at national, regional, and global level. Since 2022, we have also started a fellowship program courtesy of WindServe and Google LLC to provide opportunities to people with disabilities to participate in IGF discussions, IGF global discussion. But due to lack of funding and stuff, we are unable to do so with every NRI and other initiatives. But thanks to the interest of the initiatives, with the support of like-minded people, we have been able to ensure that the two of the largest initiatives in internet governance in the Asia Pacific region, particularly the Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum and the Asia Pacific School on Internet Governance, they, for the last 2 years or so, in their fellowship programs, keep a special seat for people with lived experience of disabilities. At the same time, this year, we contributed a session into the EuroDIG. We also give our input from the perspective of persons with disability and accessibility and disability in the Global Digital Compact discussions, draft 0 and after. We are also updating the lived guidelines that Marcus mentioned in his kind remarks in the introduction, with the consciousness of that those guidelines are the basis for making these meetings accessible. So I really urge you to go through those guidelines, consult those guidelines when you prepare and plan for meetings, be they online or in remote or in-person mode. We have also been, for the last year, we have also been running a unique fellowship. The APSIG and APR IGF fellowship, they have special seats for people with disabilities. But Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability runs a fellowship that is for people with lived experience of disability. Last year, we ran first of its series. This year, we are planning closely with the Secretariat along with the registration and participation of IGF. So this program funds the participation of persons with disabilities. And the uniqueness of this is that we provide the accessibility arrangements and facilities remaining within our limited budgets to people with lived experience of disability to participate, to enable them to participate in IGF in the way they want and provide them the accessible facilities that they require. We do not put any limitations onto the ask. We remain within our budgets, but we try to fulfill the needs of the person, because if we are able to take one person to IGF and meet his or her needs, we would feel that we fulfilled our purpose. Last year, we were able to bring 6 people with lived experience of disabilities to the IGF. This year, we are planning, let's see how much are we able to bring to the table. I stop here. If there are any questions, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. And we count on you and your colleagues from the DCAT to assist also our gracious hosts this year for the IGF in Riyadh. And we may come back to you when we have the open discussions. The next speaker will be Eleni, speaking on behalf of the DC on open educational resources. Eleni, please, you have the floor.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Celine, for giving me the opportunity. So I represent the Secretariat of the OER Dynamic Coalition that started in 2020, just after COVID. So it facilitates advocacy, knowledge sharing, and capacity building to leverage the potential of open content, that is openly licensed educational content in digital learning, to promote universal access to information. And this has become particularly important after the COVID-19 crisis, because it caused the paradigm shift in access to education for learners of all ages. And OER has played a crucial role and demonstrated its power in contributing to continuity of formal and informal learning. OER is part of an ecosystem reflecting the collective contributions and efforts to universal access to information, and what we call in UNESCO the creation of inclusive knowledge societies. And this dynamic coalition brings together stakeholders from member states, ministries responsible for education, IT professionals, national commissions, educational institutions and bodies, specialized institutions, civil society, and the private sector. This year, we published an important capacity development initiative to guide member states on implementing the recommendation, that is policy and capacity building guidelines, featuring best practices in each action area of the OER recommendation. And these guidelines are in English, but we are currently translating them in Arabic and French. And we are currently focusing on preparing the 3rd UNESCO World OER Congress, that is themed Digital Public Goods, Open Solutions for Inclusive Access to Knowledge, that will take place in Dubai in November 2024. And leading up to the Congress, we have a series of regional consultations that will take place, and we aim to gather insights and feedback from stakeholders in drafting an outcome document towards decision makers in education and communication technology sectors that will provide an analysis of the impact of emerging technologies on the recommendation and the OER landscape in general. And we would like to have an outcome document that will offer solutions and best practices for leveraging OER with emerging technologies, that is AI and blockchain, effectively. And with the support of the IGF community, we hope we could amplify our impact and achieve even more significant outcomes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eleni. And now the last speaker on our list, last but not least, is Alaji Mbo on behalf of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access. Alaji, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. The Policy Network on Meaningful Access has been going on for the past 2 years, and is anchored on 3 fundamental principles. The first one being connectivity, which is about infrastructure. The next one is about digital inclusion through citizen approach. And the third one is about capacity development in ICT. We can all remember that almost half of the world is still not connected to the internet. And when you talk about those that are even connected, we still have some issues dealing with inclusiveness, usefulness, sustainability, and also affordability. Now, as far as the network is concerned, we have priority goals. And first is to bring the achievements and solutions into the future. That is on Digital Compact Initiative, and effectively contribute to the roadmap leading to the Summit of the Future 2020-24 and the WISES +20, and then also on the Net Mondial +10. Then also to work upon the key issues and deliberations collated by the community in 2023, bringing them to the attention of the IGF Secretariat, which we've started doing, and also to amplify the voices of the groups that are less heard in the public debate and meaningful access, and encourage their involvement in the network. And we also want to pay special attention to the use of the AI applications by these groups traditionally marginalized. Now, the output of 2023, which we have previously shared, and the recommendations also is to take a look at the issues that were actually highlighted in the output, and then see how best we can fix the gaps in 2024. And also to set up a permanent call for the network repository, collating new experiences and status, and update of identified good practices, which we actually share in the repository, learning from experience across the world. And also to expand the advocacy activities, which is crucial in our work of the policy network, reaching regional and global actors to promote regional and initiatives and encourage project replication and scaling down. Now, the priority focused and collaboration now is to guide and assist the IGF Secretariat and the leadership panel, and also to work with institutions such as the EU, the AU, and also the intergovernmental organizations like the ICANN, the ITU, WIPO, etc., and also new and relevant stakeholders where we can all work together to ensure we promote this inclusiveness and also to have meaningful access to the internet. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And with that, we close the list of speakers. We have had speakers to all of the 4 themes for this year's IGF. Now, as I said in my introductory remark, the purpose of this session was twofold. On the one hand, provide information on the breadth of activities of all the intersessional activities, and on the other hand, also to provide input into the creation of the program for this year's IGF and under these 4 themes. We have some time for discussion. First, I wonder whether there are any questions to the speakers. Not all of the speakers are still online, as some of them had other meetings. But we see there are already requests for the floor, and there is Abdul Latif. Yes, please, you have the floor. Abdul Latif, you have the floor.
Hello, good day everyone, please. Thank you all for your wonderful presentation. My question goes to issue of artificial intelligence guide. Honestly, here in Nigeria, we've been having a little challenges that has to do with the use of AI. And the little challenges we've been having is not just the challenge per se, but
Abdul Latif. Yeah, you can write your questions. Maybe it's easier that way if you've lost your sound. anyone in?
Please, I'm sorry.
Oh, he's
Please,
back.
I'm sorry, please.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Please.
All right. So my question goes to the first presenter, which is Ms. Katrina. Please, is on the AI. How can AI improve clinical decision making and clinical decision makings and potential outcomes while ensuring transparency and trust in AI-driven healthcare solutions? And the second question is on the data security. What measures should be implemented to protect patent data used in AI healthcare applications? And the reason why I'm asking this question is because we, on behalf of my organization, Azara's Charity Foundation, we've been working seriously on the out-of-school children, underserved community, children faced with a lot of challenges that has to do with lack of parents due to insurgency cases, flooding, and what have you. So we've been battling with how we can bring all these children to fore, how we can give them a better life. We've set up so many hoops that has to do with retraining them, training them, returning them back to school. But the little challenge we have in that regard is the little funding. We later have a limited resources to continue. And the community we faced, we have Ghana, we have Somalia, we have Afghanistan, and those are the places we've targeted and we've been working on tirelessly. We have our land, we've acquired land there to develop, but yet to be developed. So my question is on this, how to set up the digital training hub for these children, how we can bring them back to the normal force so that they can fit into the global world. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other questions in the room or online? Comments? Suggestions on how to integrate all these valuable contributions into the main program? Lito has his hand up. Please, Lito.
Thank you. It's Lito Ibarra, MAG member. On the first open consultation this year, we, as part of the working group on processes, received the suggestion to include into the proposal form the relationship between the proponents and the intersectional work. We had we included, and we had multiple choice, stating PNF, DC, whatever, NRI, and we clarified that it wasn't needed that for the evaluation purposes. So my question or follow-up is, have you thought about what to do with that data? I mean, maybe reinforce the proposals, especially the ones that are going to be selected for the IGF, with the specific DC or policy network or whatever intersectional work. And I was reading at some answers. Some of them are blank because they have no relationship, which is okay. But some of them, they say we have relationship with DC and NRI or whatever, but we didn't ask which dynamic coalition or NRI specifically they had relationship. So I was wondering if that information is enough. Do we need to improve for next year the question and maybe think about what to do with that information, which was not mandatory, but may be useful to strengthen the work of the intersectional work with the workshop proposal that we have received. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think all very valuable comments. I think one point, it came rather late in the process, the idea, and as you said, it was not mandatory. And that is always a little bit the case. If it's not mandatory, then people may or may not pay much attention to it. But I think Selin can answer the question more in detail. And would you comment on the same issue, and Chris is already online to take. But Celine first, and then Chris.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, this was the first time that we included an additional question actually in the workshop proposal form, asking whether the organizer is somehow involved in a IGF intersessional work. And we didn't specify the question more than that. So this is, of course, something that the MAG can consider also in the future. But just for you to know that 41% of those who submitted workshop proposals are affiliated in some kind of way with either a Dynamic Coalition, Policy Network, or an NRI. So this is a pretty high number, actually, and also very welcomed, because for us it was actually a good sign that most of the organizers are also somehow involved throughout the year, not just at the annual meeting, and also contributing to policy networks, reports that are then going to be presented at the annual IGF. So that's for now. Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Marcus, and thanks, Celine, for that explanation there. I mean, I kind of just wanted to plus one a lot of what Lito was saying, because I do think, now that we have, is it 32 DCs operational, and which I think is a very good thing, and it's obviously there's a lot of diversity there, and there's a lot of effort going in, but it does mean we probably need to be a little bit more selective and a bit more creative in how those DCs make their way into the annual program, because we simply don't have unlimited real estate. And I think it's really important to understand, even as those 32 are active in the past 12 months, that doesn't mean they're all sort of operating at full capacity. Like, there will be some that will see this as a banner year where they're producing certain outputs, and that's something that would be really good to highlight. There are others that are sort of continuing the conversation, but maybe looking to have a major report published in the next year or the year after. So I think I think it would be useful for us to look at maybe some more coordination activities, and today's session is a very good step towards that. But maybe sort of even a quarterly sort of meeting or call of some kind, so that the MAG has a good understanding before this point in the process even of, okay, what are the DCs that are producing outputs this year that we really want to make sure get highlighted, get included in the program, and we can sort of push them, that are relevant to current other processes that are going on, that we maybe want to make sure that, the output from this particular DC gets into this other process that's going on, whether it's the AI advisory body that's producing its report, or the GDC process that's ongoing. Just two examples there that don't need to spring to mind. So yeah, I think that would be something really useful. And Lito, I think, has a very practical point there, that this can also be integrated into that workshop proposal form. So thanks.
Thank you for that. And that was very much also behind the intention behind creating this session here, to give an update. And one thought was also that DCs should, for instance, report on the state of their work and see whether anything was in the pipeline. It's clear that not every year you can produce a major output. So that is obviously well taken. And clearly the idea was, and the DCs also realized, that with a growing number, they cannot just bank on getting automatically a session. So there was also one thought was maybe it may be more value if they can actually be part of a main session instead of having their own main session. Let's say, should we have a major report, it may have more impact if that's presented in a main session rather than in a separate session on the DC. So all these are ideas that we have been talking about, but it's very valuable to have this discussion in the open consultation also with the MAG. You would like a follow-up, Chris, please?
Sorry, yes, thank you. Just a sort of two-finger follow-up, because I'd be curious to get your perspective, Marcus or Celine. We've spoken a lot about DCs, and I know that the DC coordination group is very active. do you see a need for more coordination with the DCs and the other intersessional activities, or are they sort of coordinating and aligning as effectively as they need to?
Yes, this is also one. It goes both ways. You know, DCs, we have always encouraged the DCs, well, look at what's going on and go subscribe to the various lists and be active also in another. And the same goes, obviously, to the various other components. Look at the DCs, you know, have the NRIs, do you need expertise from one of the DCs for one of your session and so on. And you mentioned PN on artificial intelligence as actually providing input in another intergovernmental on this high-level panel on AI. Also, the BPF on cybersecurity has actually provided input in the open-ended working group on. So these things do happen, but there's clearly room for more coordination, more mutual information also on what's happening, and also to see how collectively we can improve. I mean, just get out of the silo and be more maybe horizontal and cross-sectoral in your work. But we have more voices who would like to take the floor. I think one of them is my co-facilitator, Jutta, who's participating remotely, and we have also Henriette, who's on the waiting list, and Wout. But Wout, you have already spoken quite a bit, so you come last. Jutta first.
Yes, thank you so much, Marcus, for giving me the floor. I do think it's really interesting to learn about these statistics on relationship and affiliation of intersessional work. And if I get it correctly, then if we have 41% who are already related, then we also have 59% who haven't at least mentioned their affiliation to part of the intersessional work. And I do think it's very useful to deploy these data of those who have not yet a relationship. And especially if there are workshop proposals that might not be accepted into the program because we have limited space, then on the other hand, these could be brought into contact with other strands of intersessional work, and probably the input they have to give with their workshop proposals might be very beneficial for the various aspects of intersessional work. So I really do think it was a really good exercise to put that into the form. And I've heard that from the community of children's rights that people found that very beneficial. And if we can go that step further to deploy these data to make the network a bit stronger, then I do think that is really good. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's also a very constructive suggestion, and Céline would have some comments on that.
Thank you very much. So just to add something regarding what Chris mentioned and also his question. So within this, so the question in the workshop form sometimes also indicated several intersessional work streams. So this also shows in the first place that, you know, they are not only active in a dynamic coalition or primarily active in a dynamic coalition. So sometimes, you know, you have one that is active in all three streams. So NRIs, PNs, and BPFs. And also one thing that we've also tried to do this year with dynamic coalitions is we know that the number of dynamic coalitions is growing, and we cannot allocate, you know, individual dynamic coalition sessions to each of the groups. So we really try to have a collaborative approach where dynamic coalitions work actually together to submit some joint proposals. Of course, this is the first year that we try to implement that approach, but this is something that we thought that, you know, might also be a very nice approach to be a little bit more collaborative amongst dynamic coalitions. So that is just from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Henriette?
Or a link to my question, and that is the extent to which the DCs are not just reporting into the IGF, but into other spaces. And you mentioned the example of the open-ended working group. I can also speak for the DC on community connectivity, where the Internet Society and APC and the ITU have actually managed to get licenses for community radios at national level as a result of that work. And I think the DNS Research Foundation report, the evaluation they did of the IGF, actually highlights how dynamic coalitions are very impactful. But I also wanted to ask the intersessional, you don't have to maybe have the time, but do any of the intersessional activities that are participating today, do you work with the IGF messages? Is there anything in that output that you actually, do you discuss it? Do you check whether your work is reflected in that? Do you use that to set your agenda for the coming year? I'm just wondering if we're getting to, if that work cycle of taking the outputs of one IGF and feeding it into the intersessional work, which I think is something we've aspired to, whether that's actually taking place or not.
Thank you. Excellent question. Question noted. And I can't answer this question, but I don't know whether anyone would like to comment. But it's also something we could follow up and maybe have a survey, or after the next IGF, invite all the components of intersessional work to look at the messages and how to take these forward. Are there other comments? Oh, there's Wout still on the waiting list. Wout, please.
Yes. Thank you, Marcus. I realize I speak for the third time, but it's on a different topic. First, coming back to the 41 and 59% very shortly, what I would have hoped is that where the proposals indicate, yes, we have some link to DC, but that is perhaps not clear, or to other intersessional work, that we would be pointed to each other somehow, so that we could literally make each other stronger, that workshop proposals would get to know about DCs better, and integration would be better of the work, and output of DCs would be stronger. So I hope to get a message of some sort saying, hey, these guys are organizing a session, you should be contacting them. So that's what I would have hoped for. That's one. The different topic is, and I've said before, but I keep hearing this noise, but it's, I think I'm still on. In the past, I've asked the MAG how output of DCs can receive a formal kind of recognition. In the past 2 years, we have seen that the DCs have received far more attention than in the past, and it's clear that several of them are striving to produce strong outputs. DCs are put forward as an example of the strength of the IGF in the documents that the IGF is producing, and what they can contribute to the outcomes of the IGF. For DCs, it would be a justified question to answer, what is exactly the difference with the policy network for some of them? Today, I can only speak for my own DC. So how can ISCC's output receive some sort of formal recognition of the IGF? ISCC adheres to a strong internal governance structure, and I'm putting that in the link for you, in the chat for you now, so that you can see what our internal rules are. We work with the internal governance structure, including public consultation of our draft outcomes, working with volunteer experts who assist in drafting the reports. You find the link to it in the chat, as already said, but one click away are all our reports as well. We do not object to working with the MAG and thus give up some of our independence. Coming back to Henriette's question, we are even willing to accept some guidance where topics are concerned. So if something comes up internationally which would fit our DC and we have not thought of it ourselves, then step up to us and say, could you help us with some sort of a recommendation? So we would be willing to accept it, provided that we find the funding to pay the people who have to do the work. It's not up to ISCC to suggest and to decide on this suggestion, but if, as a DC, we are interested to have a recognition of our output, and that identifies itself, and that the MAG designates some sort of designates a member to oversee the process, who then advises the MAG on output. That would not be unlike the work currently overseen in BPFs and PNs. So if we want to strengthen the IGF, and this is the message that is strongly conveyed recently, the strength of having DCs must be utilized further and more. So I kindly ask the MAG to consider to take this next step and start a discussion with the DCs that are interested to follow this sort of procedure. And then we will strengthen the IGF. So I am willing to work with the MAG on this, and other DCs just do a survey and see which of them are, and then we know what we're talking about. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for that. We're coming really to the end, but I see a raised hand by Mohammed Shabir, and I would not close the session without giving the opportunity to provide his comments. Please, Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Marcus. I echo what Wout has said on the behalf of Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability as its coordinator. DICAD has been trying since long to make and give its input onto making the digital infrastructure as well as the physical IGF accessible for people with disabilities. But more often than not, what happens is that after the inception of any program, the inputs of the DICAD is taken. So it would be really helpful if the DICAD is consulted on the matters of accessibility for persons with disabilities. Since the project or any action is started, because it's easier to bring accessible, to build accessible from the start than to retrofit accessibility in any of the project, as well as it's more costly. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, the DCAD guidelines are de facto IGF guidelines, but they have never been sort of formally approved as it happens. But Chris has a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. It was just a question reacting a little to Wout's comments there. He mentioned, a survey of some kind to see what other DCs would be interested in that kind of arrangement where, some loss of autonomy comes with some more formal recognition. Has the DCCG done that survey already? I mean, I would think that would be the best format in which to do such a survey, and it would be an interesting data point to have as to if this is actually a widely sought evolution.
Thank you. Well, we have had this discussion repeatedly, but I mean, the basic difference between the DCs and the PNs and the PPFs are the Secretariat is holding the pen and they are driven by the MAG, whereas the DCs are autonomous and bottom up. So there is a quid pro quo. If you want to keep your autonomy and do your own bit, or do you want to be part of, and that's, I think, what Wout alluded to, and that would a discussion we would need to have. What does it need to be then recognized as a IGF output? I think it could well be done. We could have a trial basis or ask, does a DC think they have an output worthwhile being considered as an IGF output? Would the MAG be comfortable with that? Would there be tweaking needed of the output? That's a sort of discussion. I think one discussion we could have, again, is with the DCAD. They provided the guidelines that are de facto used as the IGF guidelines. Now, do you want to give them the label as an IGF output? I tried when I was chairing the MAG to make that palatable to the MAG, but the answer was no. It's the beginning of a slippery slope. But these were different times. These were more than 10 years ago. So maybe now the MAG may be thinking differently on that. But obviously we cannot just give a blanco check and say whatever comes out of a DC is automatically recognized as IGF output. There would need to be some process in place. But definitely that is something for further discussion. Also, discussion was quite interesting on, Lito started it on the form, the connection with other components that definitely can be refined. And I think I'm sure we might have more feedback had we said it's mandatory. That's my personal take on that. But obviously there's also the opportunity for follow up on that, can we bring them together with these, and all this means obviously also more work for the Secretariat. We should not forget, it's with limited resources, there's only so much you can do. But I think we already, a little bit over our allotted time, so I'm coming to a conclusion. And I think it was not the end of a discussion, but I hope it was the beginning of a discussion. And it seems to me the feedback we had on this discussion, there's appetite for continuing in one way or another, not maybe just once a year, but maybe more on a continuous basis to have the feedback between. I think it's useful for everybody involved to know a little bit more what's happening under the big roof of the IGF. With that, and back to you, Chair. Thank you, Carol.
So, thank you very much. I had a quick conversation with Chris on this during the break, and maybe we can look at maybe sharing some of the MAG meetings, putting one aside for this type of opportunity so people know exactly what's going on. I think sometimes one of the drawbacks we have is how to measure the productivity of not only the DCs, the NRIs, the MAG itself, and this is something else we discussed, coming up with some kind of format or measurement so that we can try to highlight who's doing what and how well or how not well we're doing. I think one of the things that we'd also discussed in one of the coordinating meetings with DCs as well as the NRIs is to review the mandates, review the guidelines that we have for them. So hopefully we'll also get back to that. But thank you very much, everybody who presented. And we look forward to hearing from you again. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to our last agenda item for today. And we have quite a lineup here. So we ask that you please try to stick to time. And we're going to start with Internet Society, followed by the ICC, and then UNESCO. So over to Internet Society.
That's Israel.
Israel.
Yeah. Thank you very
Israel.
much. Yeah.
2 minutes? Is it 2 minutes? No, we didn't give it time. So
Okay, thank you very much.
I think the time is 2 minutes. There are. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. For the record, this is Israel Rosas from the Internet Society. Dear colleagues, the Internet Governance Forum has proven to be resilient, like the Internet itself. Since its inception, it has adapted to the needs of its stakeholders because it is made by its community. For the IGF community, this year has been a crucial time to put lessons learned into practice, and 2025 will be no exception. Thankfully, the multi-stakeholder community has developed various tools to help the IGF stay ahead. We must all keep supporting this effort. There is a renewed global interest in addressing the major global challenges of digital governance and harvesting its potential. We, the members of the IGF community, have a unique opportunity to contribute to this enterprise's success by sharing the lessons we have learned since 2006. This is a pivotal year to illustrate that the multi-stakeholder model for internet governance is not simply a choice, but an approach that follows the internet's design. Peer-to-peer collaboration is intrinsically linked to the internet. It is rooted in its technical standards and protocols. The Internet Society celebrates the MAC discussions on key processes for the future of digital and internet governance, such as NetMundial Plus 10, the Global Digital Compact, and WSIS Plus 20. Now more than ever, it is time for the IGF community to continue raising its voice proactively. Now is the moment to protect the critical properties of the internet and transfer them to decision-making processes to ensure the internet remains an enabler of opportunities. The IGF community has taken steps in the right direction, but the months ahead will be intense and decisive for the future. Let's keep raising our collective voice for a future with multi-stakeholder internet governance, because this is the approach that has allowed the internet to thrive and benefit people worldwide. Please count on us to defend the internet together. Thank you very much.
Mia?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to share a few words on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce and ICC's business action to support the Information Society Initiative, BASIS. When I addressed you in February in a session like this, I talked more about what we do in ICC's Global Digital Economy Policy Commission. So I will not repeat that, but I'd rather focus on our initiative BASIS that is most familiar to the IGF community, which, as you know, is our main advocacy vehicle to mobilize our network to contribute to global conversations on internet governance matters, including enhancing business engagement and input into the IGF. And here I wish to reiterate what I shared this morning and draw the MAG's attention again to our recommendations to incentivize business engagement at the IGF that we shared with you also in February and have discussed with the Secretariat and host country colleagues since. These are particularly important as the MAG now turns to finalize the program elements of the annual meeting. We share that there are three main factors that drive business participation at the IGF. This is engagement with government representatives, engagement with other non-governmental stakeholders, and active contribution to policy discussions. It is important to underline that business value taking part at the IGF as a venue where they can exchange with the broader internet governance community, not necessarily to interact with fellow businesses. And we have also shared 4 small and readily actionable recommendations to capitalize on these incentives. And I'm just going to share these very quickly. So first, we should have more opportunities for public-facing sessions and meetings between business and government interlocutors and between business and non-government representatives. The IGF Secretariat and the MAG have a crucial role to play in striking a balance of participants for public-facing meetings and sessions and ensure that business representation is really in balance with other participation alongside other stakeholder groups. And this is in particular important when selecting workshops and other sessions. And I urge the MAG to pay attention to ensure that businesses are part of the speakers of the proposals that you are choosing and that the topics selected speak to business audiences. Secondly, we should look into targeted communications and outreach activities well in advance of the annual meeting, directly engaging with the various stakeholder communities, including with business, rather than just sharing general information, can help highlight the unique advantages the IGF offers to each stakeholder group and perhaps can incentivize better participation. And this also includes a more strategic and timelier outreach to prospective high-level participants to drive the interest through a clear engagement proposal, not just a generic invite to the event. On that note, the current emphasis on securing C-level participation from Fortune 500 companies may be challenging, so we suggest to shift focus also towards incentivizing regional participation, targeting companies of all sizes, including MSMEs. Thirdly, we offered to organize morning briefings for private sector members to provide insights into the program and help guide them towards opportunities to engage throughout the annual event and beyond it. And then fourth, we hope that the program will keep space on the agenda for side conversations and bilateral meetings businesses prioritize these form of engagement when attending the IGF, particularly engaging in dialogues with government and non-government representatives. So there needs to be space in the program to allow for these interactions both on and off the stage. And we do stand ready to work with the MAG and colleagues in the Secretariat and the host country organizing team to put these recommendations into action. So do not hesitate to let us know if you're keen on working with us on this. And in addition to what we do at the IGF, through ICC basis, we also aim to coordinate the input of the ICC's vast business network to the final steps of development of the Global Digital Compact and the Pact of the Future, and offer strategic considerations ahead to the 20-year review of the OSIS process in 2025. Those of you who follow these processes will have seen me or my colleagues intervening in all related meetings. And that is a testament to how important these processes are for the business community, in particular ensuring that their outcomes are built through meaningful multi-stakeholder participation and that they recognize the unique role of the IGF in this ecosystem. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you would like to learn more about our positions on these matters or would like to collaborate as these processes draw to a conclusion later this year. That's all I wanted to share, and looking forward to hearing from the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Inaya from UNESCO.
Thank you, Chair. Tatavi Gregorian from UNESCO. So as the time is limited, I'll just highlight a few of the main points. So at UNESCO, we firmly believe in the role of global digital cooperation in propelling us towards the Sustainable Development Goals. So engaging in building an inclusive, open, safe, and human rights-based digital future, UNESCO continues to actively contribute to the relevant UN processes and fora such as the IGF and the discussions for the GDC and WSIS Plus 20. So the digital capacity building is also an important work stream for UNESCO. UNESCO's work in digital transformation. In this regard, UNESCO has been implementing the program on capacity building for the judiciary on AI, which has trained over 8,000 judicial operators on AI and the rule of law. The program has developed a global toolkit on AI and the rule of law for institutional capacity building and has recently, for example, conducted a regional session training in Africa, and a further one is planned for September 2024. This year is an important year for us in terms of further enhancing our work in digital transformation, and we will launch UNESCO's second generation Internet Universality Indicators during the IGF in December. The Internet Universality Indicators are at the heart of UNESCO's work towards closing digital divides, including digital gender gap, and building universal Internet based on human rights, open and accessible to all, governed and nurtured by multi-stakeholder participation, and concerned with cross-cutting issues such as gender and environment. These Rome principles, supplemented by Internet Universality Rome X indicators, X standing for the cross-cutting issues, have filled the standard-setting void as an internationally recognized, unique and comprehensive framework and tool, relevant for all stakeholders and countries, not only to assess and improve the Internet policies at the national level, but also to foster digital cooperation and at the international, regional, national, and local levels. Last year, we reached the 5-year mark of the launch of the IUI framework. So we launched the revision process of the tool to empower the stakeholders to better address contemporary challenges in Internet governance, ensuring that the indicators remain relevant and effective in our dynamic digital landscape. So as we continue our global consultations to inform and guide this revision process with the support of the IGF Secretariat, we will convene a meeting in this room and online tomorrow on the 27th of June. From 2 to 3 o'clock Central European Summer Time to collect feedback from the IGF community. So I would like to invite all of you in this room and online to join the process and share your valuable input to inform this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to ITU, Sadvi. Are they in the room?
Octavian.
Octavian, Council of Europe? No?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, there you go.
Dear Mark Secretary, dear colleagues, some of whom I had the privilege to meet recently in Vilnius, the Council of Europe remains unwavering in its commitment to protecting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in the digital environment. This dedication was recently reaffirmed by the Council of Europe Secretary General during the European Dialogue on Internet Governance in Vilnius. The Secretary General emphasized that the digital dimension of freedom is a priority for the Council of Europe. Our organization has always recognized the importance of balancing innovation and regulation in the realm of new technologies. In reality, these elements should not be viewed as opposing forces, but as complementary partners, ensuring that technological advancements genuinely benefit our societies. Our delegation actively participated in Eurodig vibrant discussions advocating for a people-centric approach to internet development and supporting the multi-stakeholder model of governance. We conveyed several key messages. Digitalization must ensure safety and inclusion online. Online misinformation and disinformation need to be addressed urgently. The Council of Europe Cybercrime and Data Protection Conventions provide global standards and are accessible to countries worldwide that share our values. In this context, a new Committee of Ministers declaration on the VISIS 20 review is being prepared, building on a similar declaration from 2015, but with updated priorities and achievements. Moreover, we are proud to announce the adoption of the pioneering Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence by the Committee of Ministers on 17th of May. This landmark convention, which will be open for signature at the Conference of Ministers of Justice in Vilnius, again in Vilnius, on the 5th of September this year, is the first legally binding international instrument in this field. It aims to ensure that activities within the life cycle of artificial intelligence systems are fully consistent with human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, while being conducive to technological progress and innovation. Again, this is an instrument that will be available globally. Looking ahead to the upcoming IGF meeting in December, the Council of Europe has proposed several sessions on privacy, online safety, and artificial intelligence, and we eagerly await the decisions of the MAG committee in July. This is all on my side. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Moving on to Diplo Foundation and Geneva Internet Platform, Young Swan.
Hi, thank you. Honorable Chair, dear Secretary, and dear colleagues, thank you so much. My name is Yongshen, and I represent Diplo Foundation here. So for those who don't know what we do, Diplo Foundation mostly conducts work to support actors from small and developing states in capacity development activities, and particularly in digital policymaking and digital diplomacy. Our activities surround three pillars. The first is research. We conduct a lot of policy research for global digital governance structures, and then try to analyze the newest trends, the discussions happening in different venues. And we summarize all of this insights and put it into our second pillar, which is training. We provide training for different sorts of actors, for NGOs, for diplomats, and for higher education students as well. With this training, for instance, we have a Diplo Academy, where we have a catalog of courses that people can take. It could be on humanitarian diplomacy, internet governance, and different details of technical details of artificial intelligence as well. And lastly, which is the 2 points that I would like to make, is that we also develop our own technological tools because we want to experiment with how digital tools can actually help the work of different actors in digital diplomacy and digital policy making. And one thing I want to highlight is our AI reporting system. For instance, for 2023, we provided just-in-time reporting with an AI system where we take recordings from each IGF sessions, and we have an AI system to transcribe that into transcripts, and we provide just-in-time summary reports from AI systems as well. It is up and running, and if you would like to see the results, it's on our website called digwatch, dig.watch/reporting. We hope that such activities could help different sorts of actors with different levels of capacities to be able to engage with policy discussions more meaningfully. And our second project is IGF Knowledge Project, which our colleague Marcus here can tell you a little bit more. But basically, we wish to have this AI reporting system that could AI system that could reference the past knowledge of IGF documents, anything from session proposals to inputs to consultations as such. And from this project, we will be able to have an AI application that you can discuss and draw the knowledge of IGF. And that's it for me today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you drop the address again in the chat? Okay, thank you. Now we're going to Scott, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Scott?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, dear colleagues. I would like to use our 2 minutes to highlight very briefly 7 areas of engagement of the UN Human Rights Office in the area of digital tech and human rights. Firstly, the Cybercrime Convention, which is currently being drafted. We have some major concerns about the potential impact of the draft convention language on the future of democracy and human rights. We've been actively participating in negotiations and have developed a briefer that I can make available to this group following our presentation. Secondly, the Secretary General's guidance note on human rights due diligence for the United Nations use of technology. This guidance note was endorsed just last month by the Secretary General's Executive Committee and will be launched and rolled out in the coming months. Our engagement with the tech sector through our BTech project and 19 of the world's biggest tech companies continues to grow through our BTech project, which seeks to increase the application of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. We're expanding this work to Africa and to increase a focus on gender. Along with ITU, we've been stepping up our engagement on technical standards processes and seeing that human rights are more effectively integrated into ongoing technical standard setting processes. We're very pleased with that collaboration with the ITU. And along with the Office of the Tech Envoy and UNDP, we've been engaging on setting of safeguards for digital public infrastructure. Also with the Office of the Tech Envoy and the UN GDC core group, we've been actively providing language and suggestions around the Global Digital Compact, and linked with that, engaging with the Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI. And lastly, not leastly, much engagement at the Human Rights Council through our reporting, including next Monday at the Human Rights Council, an interactive dialogue on a mapping report that looks at the massive amount of work being done by the human rights mechanisms, looking at gaps and mapping out the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dino, United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund.
Thank you very much, Carol. Sorry not to be in Geneva, but thank you for this opportunity to share the activities of the UNGSPF, both in the IGF as well as in the wider UN system. So I'm going to share the activities that the UN Pension Fund has been able to conduct during this year in line with the IGF teams. I have a presentation. I'm unable to share my screen, but I will provide the presentation to the Secretary of the IGF. So first and foremost, in accordance with the first theme, the Harnessing Innovation, Balancing Risk in the Digital Space, the UNGSPF has this year implemented an artificial intelligence module in the biometrics recognition of its UN digital identity solution. And this AI module is now the subject in terms of risk and assurance of a certification process for the ISO standard on biometric presentation attack and detection. A specific standard for those who are interested is the ISO IEC 30107 from 2023. With regard to the second theme, enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability, the UN Pension Fund, along with other UN entity, specifically the UN Secretariat, UNHCR, UNDP, UNICEF, and World Food Program, has also launched the UN Digital Identity Solution that was successfully implemented from a technical standpoint on June the 3rd of this year. And the result of both the UN Pension Fund Digital Identity Solution for Proof of Existence, as well as the UN-wide Digital Identity Solution, have been shared during the recent WSIS forum in Geneva, as well as the AI for Good, and also is the subject of the review analysis that are being conducted within the dynamic coalition of the IGF on blockchain assurance and standardization. With regard to the third theme, advancing human rights and inclusion in the digital age, specifically emphasis on inclusion and digital divide, UN Pension Fund in May of this year implemented a kiosk mode in its office in Nairobi, the United Nations office in Nairobi Union, in order to enable the UN retirees and beneficiaries that do not have a digital device to still be able to benefit from the UN Pension Fund Digital Identity Solution for Proof of Existence. And now we are expecting to expand the kiosk mode in many other offices of the United Nations and peacekeeping around the globe. Finally, the third theme, improving digital governance for the internet that we want. Again, as alluded to before, in terms of governing the digital innovation and transformation of the UN Pension Fund is working within the UNHLCM Digital Technology Network in supporting the effort that currently is being undertaken for the implementation of the UN Digital ID across the entire UN system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to OECD, Ariana.
Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, I would like to start by thanking the IGF Secretariat for the invitation to participate in this second open consultation and congratulate the host country for the organization of the IGF 2024. It is a great honor for me to be here in person. Today, I would like to provide a brief update on the activities and projects that the OECD and more specifically the Digital Policy Committee is currently working on and that might be of interest of the IGF community. Let me start by mentioning that the work of the OECD and the Digital Policy Committee, or DPC, aims to provide evidence-based analysis and support policy design to harness the opportunities of the digital transformation while mitigating its risk. Its scope of work includes topics such as connectivity and infrastructure, data governance and data flows, AI and emerging technologies, online safety and digital security, and measurement of the digital transformation. The first item I would like to highlight is the revision of the OECD principles on artificial intelligence. These principles were initially adopted in 2019, being the first intergovernmental standard on AI. Last May, the OECD Ministerial Council approved their revision to reflect new technological and policy developments and to ensure that they remain robust and fit for purpose. In the context of the recent developments in AI technologies, notably the emergence of general-purpose AI, the revised principles more directly address AI-associated challenges involving privacy, intellectual property rights, safety, and information and integrity, and include definitions that underpin and encourage international interoperability, including the definition of AI system that I mentioned in the first open consultation earlier this year. The second item I would like to bring to your attention to is the 2024 Digital Economy Outlook, or DEO. The first volume of this flagship publication was launched last May. This edition of the DEO provides new insights on key technologies that underpin the digital technology ecosystem and their impacts. This first volume contains 6 chapters focused on the growth of the ICT sector, the future of artificial intelligence, the next generation of wireless networks, the diffusion of digital technologies and data, the risks and challenges of virtual reality, and mental health and the digital environment. This publication is available online, and I invite you to look at it. And I also have a few copies with me if you are interested. The next volume of these publications will be published this autumn. As I mentioned the last time, in the last open consultation, the OECD convenes an expert community on data free flow with trust. Currently, this community is now made up of 300 multidisciplinary experts established in more than 40 countries across 5 continents. This group of experts has started working on 3 main topics, including regulatory approaches to data flows in cross-border payments, privacy-enhancing technologies, and transparency of data transfer laws and regulations. Finally, the 2024 OECD Global Forum on Digital Security for Prosperity will take place on the 10th and 11th July in Seoul, Korea. This year's editions will focus on the importance of facilitating dialogue and enhancing mutual understanding between the policy and the technical communities in the area of digital security. This event is by invitation only, but if you are interested in attending, please let me know and I will be able to facilitate an invitation. Sessions will also be live streamed, so online participation will be also possible. Thank you for your attention. The OECD looks forward to the 2024 IGF and to continuing our engagement. I remain available for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you drop the links for your documents and anything else that you referenced? Again, I just ask everybody to please stick to the 2 to 3 minute timing. We have quite a few persons here. Thank you. Moving on to Samuel from United Nations Institute on Disarmament Research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Samuele Domignoni, I'm a researcher at UNIDIR, and I would like to spend the next few minutes to talk about an ongoing research project that we are conducting at Security and Technology Program at UNIDIR. As you may know, UNIDIR is an autonomous institute within the United Nations that performs independent research on pressing global challenges related to disarmament, arms control, and international security. The main topic of the research project is the nexus between internet fragmentation and international security. And we are doing it because there is a growing number of states and stakeholders expressing increasing concerns over internet fragmentation. And avoiding internet fragmentation is also an objective of Secretary General, our common agenda. Moreover, when it comes to first committee issues, the importance of maintaining an open, secure, stable, accessible, and peaceful ICT environment is also recalled. And the General Assembly adopted a set of measures that elaborate on what member states should and should not do in the ICT environment from an international security perspective. And among these measures, there are the 11 voluntarily non-binding norms, which are a key component of the so-called framework of responsible state behavior. These norms, which spans from exchanging information to protecting critical infrastructures, are meant to prevent conflict in the ICT environment and contribute to the peaceful use to enable the full realization of ICTs to increase global social and economic development. So our main research question is, how does internet fragmentation affect the implementation and observance of these 11 norms of responsible state behavior? And given the relevance of these norms for preventing conflict in the ICT environment, the overall objective of the project is to unpack the nexus and inform member states and other stakeholders on the possible consequences of internet fragmentation for international peace and stability. At this research stage, it is just too early to share any preliminary results. We are still in a work in progress phase. However, we highly value your input and invite you to reach out to us, share your thoughts, and contribute to the development of this research project. The aim is to publish a comprehensive report by the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. United Nations Economic Commission on Africa, Serene.
Greeting everyone. My name is Sorin Asafa, and I'm pleased to share with you UNECA's internet governance related initiative undertaken in our region, Africa, during early 2024, and as well as our near future plan. Recognizing UNECA's crucial role in advancing for inclusive and transparent internet governance across Africa, our primary objective is to amplify the continent's voice within the global digital agenda. This commitment extends to ensure that the benefits of sustainable digital transformations are accessible to all Africans, thereby advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. At the core of our mission lies the imperative to tackle digital infrastructure disparities, bridging gap, be it in gender, data, innovation, or governance gap of emerging technologies, and cultivating the talent capable of responding to technological advancement, and lastly, fostering capacity development for fair and equitable digital evolution. In 2024, UNECA led significant initiative in internet, digital, data, and governance through collaborative effort with a diverse range of stakeholders. This initiative addressed the pressing issue, including the Global Digital Compact or governance, digital public infrastructure and its safeguard, gender digital divide, cybersecurity, AI, and digital rights, among others. UNECA remains steadfast in its commitment to the principle of inclusivity within internet governance process, which is shown its contribution in regional and global internet governance initiative, UN Group on Information Society, WISES Plus 20 review, and we also try to align ourselves with the Global Digital Compact objective and principle. As you know, UNECA has facilitated the formation of Africa's policy declaration for the Global Digital Compact through regional review meeting. In the spirit of amplifying African voices and establishing cohesive African position on the Global Digital Compact negotiation, ECA, in collaboration with various partners, has conducted regional multi-stakeholder open consultation and deep dive, including open consultation on zero draft and Global Digital Compact data deep dive and GDC's deep dive for the African private sector. Furthermore, we are currently in the process of organizing a deep dive for the media stakeholders and youth engagement session for Global Digital Compact. In the coming month, ECA will be facilitating a regional WISES Plus 20 review in collaboration with the government of Zimbabwe in the coming month of September. ECA also has been facilitating the work of the African IGF Secretariat to build an IGF ecosystem that is inclusive, people-centered, and development-oriented. So today, on behalf of the African IGF Secretariat, it is our pleasure to extend a warm invitation to all stakeholders who are present today here to collaborate and partner with us for this year's African IGF. We warmly welcome your participation and support, which are essential to the success of this event, but also building a resilient internet governance ecosystem in our region. In capacity building, ECA continuously has been building comprehensive training program tailored for various stakeholder groups, including women, youth, government officials, law enforcement officials, African parliamentarians, permanent ambassadors on digital governance, cyber diplomacy in the area of digital governance, cyber diplomacy, cyber security, and content responsibility. Lastly, to address one of the key pressing issues of digital divide, UNECA, in collaboration with the GIGA initiative, to connect every African school to the internet by 2023. In conclusion, UNECA calls for a call action in shaping a positive digital future for all. We emphasize the importance of breaking down of silos, sharing information, engaging all stakeholders to build an open, free, and secure digital future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Henriette from APC.
Thanks very much, Carol, and thanks for the opportunity. APC, a civil society network, global civil society network established in 1990, has been working to support the IGF. Well, firstly, we had our global assembly earlier this year in Thailand, and we facilitated a discussion on the relevance of the IGF amongst all our members. We do capacity building and policy development around internet-related issues, focusing on gender justice, environmental sustainability, economic justice, and community-driven connectivity. And the IGF has been a very valuable platform for us to promote the idea of enabling policy, regulation, and financing mechanisms for letting the unconnected connect themselves. APC will continue its IGF We Want campaign that we launched last year, which you are all invited to participate in. My colleagues will post the link in the chat, which is gathering testimonies of people's vision for what the IGF is, what they want it to be, where they want to see it beyond 2025. We will also continue our work on the Sao Paulo guidelines, supporting its implementation in whatever format the IGF decides to do that. We are also in the process of developing an illustrated version of the Sao Paulo guidelines. We will also participate in our ISDCFs, particularly the policy DCs, the policy network on internet fragmentation. We'll convene again and partner with the IGF parliamentary track, the African School on Internet Governance, a collaboration with the African Union Commission. And this year we're focusing on data governance and free trade, looking at the digital protocol that's linked to the African free trade area. WSIS Plus 20, we're actively participating in that. We've produced already a book that looks at civil society perspectives, publishes civil society perspectives. And together with IT for Change, we formed a coalition called the Global Digital Justice Forum, and we're convening regional discussions on WSIS, gaining input from civil society in mainly the Global South, and we'll share that hopefully at the IGF. And then just finally, we feel that part of the IGF's role and why we think it can and should continue to thrive is to be a platform for discussing controversial topics and challenging topics. And in that regard, we hope that IGF 2024, either through a main session or part of the high-level track, can talk about the challenges around internet governance and the internet and protection of the public core in context of conflict and war, with particular reference to Gaza, to Ukraine, to Sudan, to areas where destruction of infrastructure has really impacted majorly on civilian populations. And we think there are very few places where we can have a non-negotiation-oriented discussion of these topics, and we believe the IGF is ideally suited to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yuping.
Okay. Yuping from UNDP. Thank you. Yuping? Available? No? Okay, we'll move on to Roz from UK. Roz?
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to start this intervention just by recalling the title of this session, which is International Digital Governance Processes and Initiatives. So we've crafted our intervention around this specific theme. This title alludes to the fact that so many processes in the digital space are ongoing. We can't seem to name just one alone, and all have synergies. The IGF is an important forum for discussion on the myriad initiatives underway, from AI to data. However, it is pertinent for us to consider how the IGF can best feed into this ever-growing list of initiatives. One, the IGF and the MAG by extension can add value by focusing the annual IGF on the links between digital processes and internet governance specifically. The IGF's focus on internet governance is a unique opportunity to examine how digital developments relate back to the internet and its continuous evolution. Rather than looking at this as a limitation, we should look at the IGF's remit as an excellent opportunity to provide expertise in a way that newer fora, which focus on specific technologies, can't. In particular, the IGF has been a hub of discussions on governance processes for years. We have real expertise we can bring to conversations on new digital technologies. We certainly can share lessons learned from the initial development of frameworks for internet governance. Two, the IGF can add value by sourcing a wide range of perspectives on an equal footing. The IGF is a truly multi-stakeholder forum, convening governments, private sector representatives, civil society representatives, technical community experts, and academic experts from all around the world. This is a real strength, and bringing the views of IGF participants, including the views of NRI participants, together to meaningfully contribute to the WSIS Plus 20 review process will be an essential task for the MAG over the next 18 months. Three, the IGF and the MAG can add value by prioritizing engagement carefully. The IGF, in truth, has limited human and financial resources. We should work together to make a plan of action to properly resource the IGF, but we also need to be realistic about what we can achieve. The IGF could make the most impact by focusing on one or two core processes rather than scrambling to feed in everywhere. It is paramount in particular that the IGF focuses on WSIS Plus 20. This process is at the core of the IGF's mandate, and indeed, the Tunis agenda specifically sets out the IGF's mandate. To lose sight of the WSIS process or not fully contribute to it would be a mistake. The MAG should prioritize its resources over the course of the next 18 months to make proactively engaging with WSIS Plus 20 the top priority. Thank you for the opportunity to intervene in the important discussions we've had today. The UK looks forward to attending the 2024 IGF and actively realizing this year's theme, building our multi-stakeholder digital future. Thank you.
Thank you. Vinicius, Brazilian Internet Steering Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the MAG, to the IGF Secretariat for the opportunity to be here. Good afternoon to all colleagues here in Geneva, and also good time of the day for all those following remotely from different time zones. I'm here with the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee and also as a former host country representative from Brazil. I will try to make this short briefing about CGI activities. I will not delve into much details as the time is very short, but we'll try to highlight some areas of interest and some main things that we organized recently. Since the last time we were here doing this short briefing, a lot of activities went through, and among projects, debates, publications, events, and so on. In 2024, especially, CGI.br started a new mandate with a whole new composition after the election process held in 2023. More than 1/3 of the CGI.br composition was renewed, with fresh new board members from all the 4 stakeholder groups within CGI.br composition: the government, private sector, civil society, and the scientific and technological community. It has been very insightful and exciting for us in the committee, starting this new stage with new people working for the development of the internet in the country. Since 2023, several activities were held. Just trying to highlight some of the main areas. We had the continued work with the regulation of digital platforms in Brazil, when CGI also held a nationwide consultation on the topic, covering multiple areas of interest to the debate, along with the publication of a study addressing the remuneration of news content. Several discussions involving gender and diversity meaningful access, digital sovereignty, and education, including the publication of studies on these matters. Today, for example, we are publishing 2 different studies on the journalism side and also on the digital sovereignty side. There are events going on in Brazil today. Cybersecurity discussions, as CGI.br started to integrate the recently created National Cybersecurity Council in Brazil. So there are a lot of planning going on this side as well. Recently, in late May, we also had our Brazilian IGF held in the south of Brazil. We received a record 168 workshop proposals from the Brazilian community. There was also a record number of 856 on-site participants during the week. For this year, we had the traditional 3 days of event and a day 0, as always. Along with the community self-organized, a kind of a day -1. So this was something new for this year. Convening multiple activities of the civil society and also the scientific and technological community. The next Brazilian IGF will be held in the northeast of Brazil. We will have a celebration of the 15 years of the Brazilian IGF, and we will have this in Salvador, Bahia, 10 years after the first edition we had there in 2015. Well, last but not least, as you most probably remember, CGI, together with many partners around the world, organized the Net Mundial Plus 10 meeting in Brazil in late April, 10 years after 2014 Net Mundial event. I will not get into details about Net Mundial because it's already very much covered in the agenda topics here for the week. But just to mention that we had a very much concrete outcome after the event. We had a very concrete outcome delivering the São Paulo guidelines for the community, for the global community, and also many other recommendations relating to different fora, like the GDC and the WSIS Plus 20 and the IGF itself in many areas. So if any of you could not have the chance to read the declaration, I invite you to do that. It's available on the website. And for now, we have it in 3 languages, but very, very shortly, we'll have it translated to all the UN languages. So I think probably next month, we will have all of them already published and available. That was our report. Remain available for for the dialogue. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. U.S. Department of Commerce, Kenneth Merrill.
Thank you, Chair. Kenneth Merrill, I'm an observer from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration at the U.S. Department of Commerce. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to pick up on an earlier update and thank our colleague from UNESCO for the update on inclusivity and the universality indicators, which is very important work. Relevant to this topic, we recently published a report from our IGF 2023 workshop titled Digital Inclusion Through a Multilingual Internet, which explores universal acceptance and the important role the IGF can play in making UA a reality. I'll drop a link to the report in the chat, and I'm happy to share further information with anyone interested over the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're happy to see that the ITU is able to connect. Sadvi?
Thank you,
Shanghai
Chair.
made me do it.
Yes, we've had some technical issues, but hopefully you can all hear me okay. I understand we're running a bit short on time, so I'll try and keep it quite brief as well. To begin with, of course, our thanks to the IGF and the MAG for giving us the opportunity to contribute at this meeting. We remain a strong supporter of the IGF and look forward to continuing to actively participate and collaborate for the 2024 edition in Riyadh. A quick overview of some of the activities at ITU this year that may be of interest for the discussion today and given the IGF theme. We have recently concluded the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event and the AI for Good Summit last month. Both events were organized in the same week this year, intentionally with the aim to address digital matters, including emerging tech, in a complementary manner. and setting the stage for the upcoming Summit of the Future, the GDC, and of course next year's WSIS Plus 20 review. This week has also helped showcase the relevance and the adaptability and the flexibility of the WSIS principles to new technologies such as AI. So co-hosted by the ITU and the Swiss Confederation in collaboration with the UN system, we had more than 8,000 participants from 160 countries attend this week, with thousands more joining online across all stakeholders and levels. Collaboration and partnerships were a common thread throughout, whether across the UN system, among the standards community, and in terms of public-private partnerships. And next week, we have the Global Symposium for Regulators coming, which will bring together policymakers, digital stakeholders from around the world in Kampala to discuss regulation for impact. In October, ITU will be organizing the World Telecom Standardization Assembly in New Delhi that will define the next period of study for our standardization work. So many things to look forward to. We remain available for any questions or to provide any more information, but I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Renata from OSET.
Good afternoon to everyone in Geneva. Good morning here from New York. Maybe very briefly, to add to a little bit of update. So OSET has 4 main work streams at the moment. The first is supporting with UNDP, a DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure Safeguards Initiative, which is developing a framework to support DPI implementation, safe and rights respecting implementation. Just a heads up that that framework, a first draft of that, will be presented and made available in the margins of the UN General Assembly. So we look forward to those of you who can join us for that event. Second, perhaps a second work stream is an open source work stream. On July 9th and 10th in New York, OSET will be convening an open source ecosystem meeting to explore how open source program offices can accelerate and work together in support of SDG progress. There has been a series of workshops in different parts of the world on that theme. Some of you have already been involved, and we look forward to that engagement. The third is support to the high-level advisory body of the Secretary General on Artificial Intelligence, AI. And just to flag that the final report of that body will be available by the end of August and will be presented more formally in the context of the General Assembly, the UNGA this year, and the Summit of the Future. And then fourth and finally, the Global Digital Compact. We serve as the Secretariat for that process that's been underway for the last year and a half now and is nearing completion. I understand that you had some briefings already this morning by the GDC, so I don't want to delay you further or reiterate old ground. So very happy to take some questions. But perhaps I would just flag that the themes in the Global Digital Compact that are currently under discussion reflect themes that were discussed in informal consultations, in surveys and in engagement, and in open consultations that many of you participated in over the last year and a half. So many thanks for that. There are 5 objectives to the Global Digital Compact, and there are about 10 areas within those that the compact addresses, one of which is internet governance. I would say the internet governance is a pretty short area, specifically noting the importance of interoperable, safe global internet, noting the importance of the Internet Governance Forum as the bottom-up multi-stakeholder forum for discussion of internet governance policy issues, and inviting member states to support language, support engagement, and to support financing and diversity of IGF. The final section, also at the moment in draft form, takes note of IGF, invites IGF to support implementation, and so notes the important role of IGF in implementation and follow-up. I should note, of course, that this is all under discussion of member states, and as you will have heard today, we are in various phases. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if I can, provide any clarity on where those discussions are going to the extent that I'd have it. But I'll stop for now and back to you, Carol.
Thank you, Renata, and everybody that presented. So we're now open for questions?
See, Chris, I don't know whether that's supposed to be.
No? Okay, Alisa?
You? Yeah. This is Elise here for the record. I would want to thank everyone for their presentations, some useful insights in those. Specifically to you and Dear, I was interested in your research on internet fragmentation and wondering to what extent are you cooperating with the policy network on internet fragmentation of the IGF, and I'm not sure if it's common or if there is anyone in the policy network, but maybe there is some expertise there that could help you on your report or review any draft report. Yeah, very keen to be well kept involved in that research.
Yeah, absolutely. We did engage with them. We are aware also of the research they're conducting. They've been referenced into our first sort of primer where we were focusing more on cybersecurity. And I mean, the research, the second phase is ongoing, so we will definitely keep engaging with them because, I mean, we run similar and intertwined research projects. Absolutely. Thank you.
Amrita?
Thank you, Carol. I had a question for Renata. The question was like, you know, for the GDC, there have been many consultations, even with the other stakeholders, the non-state actors. So I was wondering, when the initial submissions were made, they are all listed in the website, but we know that there have been subsequent submissions, and even I myself have made. Is there a list or link where all these could be looked at, or is it not published yet?
Renata, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Amitra, for the question. So as you rightly noted, the open call for consultations, which was launched by OSET even before the Global Digital Compact deep dives and informal consultations happened, they were all published online, and they were all shared with discussions, and they were shared inputs to the co-facilitators and made available to member states to inform their positions and their thinking on the consultations. Subsequent inputs that we have received, we have consulted and consolidated. So, for example, when we invited written inputs to the outline of the Global Digital Compact, they were all consulted, engaged, and discussed and shaped the discussion. People are obviously free to share written inputs or thoughts with the co-facilitators, but once we began the formal intergovernmental proceedings, we haven't been posting these further inputs online from at least from the OSET website, in part because this is now an intergovernmental discussion. But I have, of course, flagged, and whenever we have received inputs, we have flagged them to the co-facilitators. So they have relied primarily now on the inputs, the multi-stakeholder consultations they've had. They've had 3 of them since we've moved into that more intergovernmental setting on the 15th of April. And the last one took place on Friday. And there, I think they have at times invited people to submit their specific wording suggestions where they haven't caught all the specific details. So that's just to provide a little bit of outline, and I hope I've answered your question, Amitra. There were some questions, if I may, Carol, in the chat about the open source day that we're convening on July 9th and 10th. I'll post the agenda, and we'll make sure that that's also posted on the OSET website, so everybody has the details of that and how to engage on that for those that are interested in. So thank you very much.
Going once, twice. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So we've come to the end of that session. Before I do a wrap up, any burning issues anybody wants to bring up with regards to the day? Alisa?
Cool point. For those who made or who have actually a written statement that they mentioned here in the room, I think it would be very interesting if those could be sent to the Secretariat, including the links, and that they could be posted on the page of the second open consultation, so you can revisit it at your own time as well, and easily find the links, because after the chat, well, after we finish today, the chat will be gone, and if you didn't store every link perfectly, you have lost it.
Good point. Thank you. Henriette?
Thanks, Carol. This is just a very general request to the MAG to try and use the public MAG list more in your work. Historically, that was the space that you use, unless it's something confidential. And for those of us who are past MAG members, even though the protocol is that we don't post to that list, it just enabled us to get a sense of where we can support, where we can engage. It also creates transparency and accountability. And in a sense, it really, for me, always expressed the bottom-up nature of the IGF. And recently, the MAG hardly ever, in fact, it's almost only Secretariat that ever posts to that list. So just a request that you consider using your private list. Absolutely, you have to and need to, but also for work that doesn't require that level of confidentiality, to use the public MAG list. It just creates more inclusion. It's a request for you to discuss.
Yeah. I agree with you, Henriette. Before, we used to have a good flood of email and persons making everybody aware of what's going on within their community, and we seem to have lost that. So please use the MAG public list to let us know what's going on, and to keep everybody informed and in the real IGF spirit of things. So thank you, Henriette. So from Alisa's side, you persons that presented today, and you have your different reports and your web links, please feel free to use the MAG public list to put the information in. That's for... Okay. The funded participants are reminded to sign the attendance list, please. Who has the attendance list? At the Secretariat desk.
Katrina has
It's glued to me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So today has been very, very packed, but very informative. Just to recap, I'm happy that we're using the color purple. That is my favorite color. Creativity, imagination. I do tend to have a vivid imagination at times, so I think purple is a very good color there. Thank you for the input from the Net Mondial, and that is something that we really need to discuss further, and we're looking forward to that and seeing how we're going to approach the repository versus implementation approach to it. So it was a very good discussion. We just had the GDC again from OSAT. We're looking forward to the outcomes in September for that. With this, here again, I think we need to, as the IGF, looking at the WG on strategy, to keep this in our forefront for 2024, 2025. It's a very important event in our lives, so we want to make sure that we don't miss on that. Yeah, so the IGF improvement, again here, let's make use of the MAG list. I know some of you have ideas, so please put that in there. It's I can't stress it enough. It's very important for us to hear from you with regards to what you think of the improvements. Now, we want to take it a little bit deeper than top level. Yes, we know that the MAG needs to improve, but we want you to give us something that's actionable, something that we can sink our teeth into. So please don't stay high level. Let's get some details in there. The working group on strategy, they're working very hard on putting a document together. When are we going to share with the list? Chris or Amrita, anybody?
I can jump in on that. I think the work is ongoing at the moment, and we've also had some discussions today just with people, including yourself, Carol. And I think your point there about the need to sort of hone in on some practical next steps and things that the MAG can do strategically in the sort of near term is well taken. I think that's something we need to hone a bit in the document, and I think maybe even some of our MAG discussions in the coming days will help us with that as well. So I wouldn't say we'll finalize it this week, but I think if we can get, to an action plan sort of in the next weeks following that probably is realistic.
I know you're good at posting when the next group meeting is. Do you have an idea when?
I do. The next one is next Thursday at 5 a.m. UTC. Which, we've committed to the rotating of time zone.
Yes.
Time. That's the next one, but yeah. It's actually only 7 a.m. Geneva time, Chengetai, so it's just fine. And our
1 a.m. my time. I have a confession, one of those early ones. I kind of woke back up when I heard Amrita call my name. I said, "Oh no!" But yes, but it's good for the rotation. It's good for the rotation. Hope I wasn't snoring loud. Yes, so please subscribe to the mailing list and participate with the working group on strategy. We really need to hear from you on that. Then on the intersessional events, we will work with the coordinating group to have probably, I don't know, maybe once a quarter or twice in the year, more meetings with the intersessional work. So everybody is aware what's going on or even could contribute. Also, feel free to join their lists and make your contributions. Okay, finally, I thank you for all our partners for your presentations this afternoon. And we thank you very much for your continued support. And we hope that we can support you as well. So please call on us whenever you need us to make an appearance or to give input. Let's make it a two-way communication. So thank you very much. And I'm now going to hand over to co-chair for final words.
So thank you very much. It was a wonderful day with a lot of discussions, and we gear up for IGF 2024. Again, with this commitment from the MAG and from our partners, we are heading in the right direction, and we hope, inshallah, this year it will be a memorable IGF, and probably, inshallah, will set a benchmark in how the IGF will reach to the audience in all places, in all format. And thank you again, and thank you, Chair, for your management for the sessions today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Celine, did I miss out anything? I'm good? Okay.
10 a.m. tomorrow.
10 a.m. tomorrow.
Same place.
Same place.
Your toys over there.
Yeah. Oh yes. They'll be there tomorrow.
We'll check tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. Have a good sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. And a good coffee. Oh, yeah. My toy. We're closed.